Good morning, everybody. Can I please ask you to take your seats? Good morning to you all. I hope you've had a very nice evening. We've had a fantastic first day of sessions. This morning, we have our first session on the impact of the war in Ukraine, responding to inflationary pressures, food security and rural economies. But before we have that session, our first speaker is actually the Deputy Minister of Agriculture from Ukraine, Mr. Makovsky. So I'd like to play a short video from the Deputy Minister, and then we'll invite the panel to the stage. So please, if you can play the video. Thank you.
Насамперед, я хочу подякувати за те, що Організація економічного співробітництва та розвитку, яка об'єднує демократичні цивілізовані країни з розвиненою економікою і зі сталими цінностями, підтримує Україну в цей нелегкий для усіх час. Ми високо цінуємо те, що ви одразу зупинили процес вступу Росії в вашу організацію після початку повномасштабного вторгнення в Україну. Україна розділяє та сповідує, як і всі демократичні країни, цінності принципу ринкової економіки та здорової конкуренції. Україна розпочала співпрацю з ОЕСР у 1997 році, а в липні цього року подала заявку на членство в організації. Ми сподіваємось, що незабаром Україна долучиться до Організації економічного співробітництва та розвитку. У нас з вами одні цінності, і ми за них воюємо. Сьогоднішня війна Росії несе руйнівні наслідки для кожного. Збитки в нашому сільському господарстві за ці 7 місяців уже сягають понад 33 мільярда доларів. Знищені потужності для зберігання, пошкоджена техніка, викрадене з окупованих територій майно. Усі зіткнулися з серйозними логістичними та інфраструктурними проблемами. Є значні втрати через зменшення виробництва в рослинництві і тваринництві. Але наші аграрії, розуміючи, що від них залежить продовольча безпека світу, йдуть на значні ризики. Вони збирають врожай, уже йде посівна озимих культур. Це наш аграрний фронт у цій війні. Минулого року Україна зібрала рекордний урожай в 108 мільйон тонн зернових та олійних культур і готова була експортувати його. Та блокування агресора морських портів унеможливило експорт звичними шляхами. Впродовж останніх 6 місяців війни, завдяки нашій спільній роботі з міжнародними партнерами, Україні вдалося досягти значних результатів в питанні експорту аграрної продукції альтернативними маршрутами, а відтак у забезпеченні світової продовольчої безпеки. Зараз в умовах відкриття зернового коридору ми поступово повертаємось на традиційні ринки. Для світової продовольчої безпеки дуже важливо, щоб у грудні зерновий коридор продовжив свою роботу. Паралельно ми працюємо над розвитком логістики іншими каналами, зокрема через Дунай та західні кордони України. Ми всі спостерігаємо, що ціни на зерно, пшеницю та кукурудзу досягли історичного максимуму. Зараз пшениця в країнах Близького Сходу та Африки коштує понад 400 доларів. Це значно дорожче, ніж минулого року. Незважаючи на пікову вартість, різні країни закуповують зернові в більших обсягах, щоб сформувати резерви. В Україні на сьогодні залишки врожаю минулого року становлять більше 13 мільйон тонн зернових та олійних, а жнива в Україні у розпалі. Ми прогнозуємо збір в 65-67 мільйонів тонн зернових і олійних культур. Однак, нещодавні заяви щодо можливості припинення дії зернової ініціативи вказують на можливу блокаду українських морських портів у будь-який момент. Також оголошення мобілізації, референдумів і анексій українських територій є неприйнятними в демократичному суспільстві. Росія шантажує весь світ. Єдина можливість знешкодження негативного впливу на економіку країн, високої інфляції і цін на продовольство це зупинення агресії Росії і перемога у цій війні. Закликаємо країни-членів ВСР підтримувати та надалі посилювати санкції проти Росії та надавати фінансування Україні. Нашим урядом розроблено план відновлення України післявоєнного періоду, яким передбачено розбудову нової логістичної інфраструктури та збільшення експорту, залучення інвестицій у галузь АПК, зокрема в інфраструктуру, переробку та садівництво. Для наших виробників важливим є відкриття нових ринків збуту для плодоовочевої, тваринницької та переробленої продукції. Також ми працюємо над розвитком біоенергетики з врахуванням плану ЄС REPowerEU. Усі ці заходи будуть впроваджуватись з врахуванням зеленої угоди, з поступовим приведенням вимог для українських сільськогосподарських виробників у відповідність до вимог зеленого курсу ЄС. Дякую за увагу.
And sincere thanks to the Minister. It feels maybe that some of the issues we may be discussing are in the abstract, but that puts it in, I think, a very real context for this morning. Without further ado, I'm really pleased to introduce the next session, which is, of course, as I said, on the impact of the war in Ukraine, responding to inflationary pressures and food security in rural economies. I'm very, very pleased to say that we will have the host of the session will be the Minister for Agriculture and the Marine, Charlie Micheál, TD, and there will be a number of ministerial and high-level speakers, including Yoshiki Takeuchi, the Deputy Secretary General of the OECD, Xochitl Torres-Small, the Undersecretary for the Rural Development of the United States, Marie Goujon, Cabinet Secretary for Rural Affairs and the Islands of the Scottish Government, Radim Shershenye, the Deputy Cabinet Minister for Regional Development of the Czech Republic, Aisha Mawani, Director General of the Department of Innovation, Science and Economic Development of Canada, and finally Micheál Dumitru, the Deputy Director General for Agriculture and Rural Development of the European Commission. So I would now like to invite all of our speakers to the stage, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very, very much. And at this point, I am going to hand the floor to the Irish Minister for Agriculture and the Marine, Charlie Micheál TD. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and good morning, everyone. And it's a pleasure to join with you and our guests on the panel this afternoon, and to welcome you to Cavan. Of course, the home county, or the home constituency of my Cabinet colleague who I know you met yesterday and who's hosting the event here on behalf of the Irish Government, Minister for Rural Affairs, Heather Humphreys. And it's a beautiful, one of our most beautiful counties that you're in, and for those of you that don't know, there are 365 lakes in County Cavan, one for every day of the year. So it's a great farming, food, and indeed a really good fishing county, all of sectors which I'm responsible for in my ministry. And it's a real honour to be with you all this morning and to be with such an august group of delegates. I'm looking forward to sharing our thoughts and our opinions. The illegal invasion of Ukraine has brought war to our continent, but has sent shocks across, of all kinds across the globe. And indeed it really was, once again, it brings it home. And I've had engagements with remotely with the Ukrainian Minister for Agriculture on a number of occasions now, and it never fails to actually resonate in relation to the reality of what's happening, because as Andrew said, it can feel more abstract when we're removed from it here, even though it is having such an impact in our lives. We should also always recognise that it has been really life-changing what has been happening in Ukraine, and first and foremost our thoughts and our priorities are very much with supporting the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian government through this very, very challenging time. At the outset, and on behalf of the Irish government, I want to once again reiterate that Ireland is resolute in our solidarity and support for Ukraine, and we are honouring our commitment to help people who have been displaced by this horrendous war. We share many similarities with Ukraine, with our greatest connection perhaps being our shared pride of agriculture and farming. We're both food producers of the highest standards, and we both play a key role in feeding millions of people across the globe. The illegal invasion of Ukraine has had a major impact on supply chains. The OECD analysis on the price of this war has concluded that the war is slowing the recovery from the pandemic, that inflationary pressures have intensified, and that the cost of living crisis will cause hardship and risk famine. For some countries, the impact of the war will have more devastating effects, with the likelihood of a serious food crisis in some of the least developed and most fragile countries, particularly in Africa. Russia is solely responsible for the shock to global food security it has provoked through its destruction and blockade of Ukrainian ports and its illegal invasion. As well as the immediate humanitarian crisis, which must take priority, we need to take the necessary steps to ensure that food security is maintained for EU citizens, for the Ukrainian people, and in the wider global context. Our dependence on the breadbasket of Europe cannot be underestimated. For human food to animal feed, Ukraine's ability to produce vast quantities of grains is integral to the globe's overall ecosystem. So to see Putin and his despotic regime weaponizing food over the course of this invasion is to witness a truly heinous crime. As I said, Ireland and Ukraine are farming brothers. From an agricultural point of view, the invasion undermined Ukraine's capacity to produce, harvest and export crops, and it is affecting the security, availability and price of global food supplies, most notably wheat, maize, barley and sunflower oil. The OECD has stated that to avoid a food crisis there must be greater international cooperation to overcome food security issues, as well as overcoming logistical barriers, getting commodities out of Ukraine from producers to consumers who need it most. Limiting export restrictions that drive up prices in world markets will help countries most at risk. The current crisis is causing an existential crisis in our perceived assumptions of food security. Ireland is amongst one of the most food secure countries in the world and is part of the EU single market and participates in the Common Agricultural Policy, which is a key mechanism for ensuring food security throughout Europe. While there is no food shortage here, there is a food availability issue for those on lower incomes and a threat to farmer incomes. The EU communication safeguarding food security and reinforcing the resilience of food systems sets out actions in the three areas of security, stability and sustainability. Immediate actions to safeguard food security in Ukraine and around the world, part of that. Confirmation of the agenda to make food systems sustainable and resilient going forward also. All EU member states and the Commission have endorsed the roadmap for global food security call for action, agreed between foreign ministers and the UN, which will guide efforts led by the UN Secretary General through the UN Global Crisis Response Group and coordinated with the G7 Global Alliance for Food Security. In Ireland, we have responded according to our own circumstances, both to inflationary pressures and to food security pressures. Inflation, fuelled by escalating energy costs, affects us all, rural and urban, and the OECD has highlighted how the war has underlined the importance of reliable sources of energy and that accelerating the green transition would enhance energy security and reduce carbon emissions. Also, that protecting low-income households from the cost of war must be an urgent priority. The OECD Economic Outlook, Paying the Price of War, published just this week, states that the world economy is paying a high price for Russia's unprovoked and illegal invasion. The global economy is losing momentum and high inflation is becoming entrenched. At the UN Food Systems Summit in 2021, Ireland committed to sharing its own journey in food systems transformation with other countries. Our ambition, as laid out in our own food systems strategy, Food Vision 2030, is to be a world leader in sustainable food systems. We have supported the UN Food and Agricultural Organization in the design of a global food systems transformation support facility, which will be a critical component for technical support for global food systems transformation. I look forward to continuing to work with international partners led by the latest research and analysis from our experts, including the OECD, on how to design and implement the most effective policies to meet our shared challenges. And I also look forward to the OECD Committee for Agricultural Ministerial Conference in Paris in November. So I will be hosting the panel now, and I look forward very much to the engagement with our esteemed guests. I think before that, Guy, I believe, is going to, Hubertus Gay is going to provide an overview and a scene setter. So thank you very much indeed, and I'll hand over to Hubertus now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Micheál. It's great to be here in Ireland. It's great to share with you a bit about what we are doing and what we are looking at. But it's a sad occasion that we have to look at those situations. The aggression of Russia against Ukraine has really changed lots of things, but it made it also important to look more in details in all the international relationships and interactions, and also to show the importance of agriculture in the Ukraine. As we see here now, the Ukraine has the largest arable land of many European countries. When you compare it, it's more than double of Spain, Germany. It's almost double of France, what it has in arable land. So it's very important in production. And you see also the conflict area, which is to the east and the south. It is mostly arable land, there's less pasture, and it contributes agriculture very much to the GDP of Ukraine, 20%. It's much higher than the normal 2% in the EU, getting up to 5% in some of the EU countries. And then it is also very important for their exports earning. It's 40% of total exports revenue are coming from agriculture products. And when you see here, actually lots of the products are actually produced in the east and towards the south. This is taking later years, so after 2014, that's why Crimea and also Luhansk and Donetsk are a bit lighter colored. Normally they would be also major producers of the Ukraine. And it's also the seasonality, now it's starting. It's still harvesting of lots of crops, but it's also planting for next year, and that's important. We are already looking into the harvest of 2023. Ukraine has increased over the last 20 years, as you see, for lots of products, their share in global exports. It was very small at the beginning of the 2000s, and now in 2020, it had reached, for lots of products, more than 10% of global exports, of the whole exports in the whole world. It is important to provide grains to many countries, especially in the Near East and North Africa, where they depend on Ukrainian products to come in to provide nutrition, as they are deficient in own production, and especially wheat is their staple food. And that comes very often from the Ukraine. As you can see here already, the impact on this year's harvest. The year before, as we heard by the Deputy Minister earlier, was a record year in all crops, but it was a continuous increase, and only the last year was the record. And due to all the restrictions on, first of all, access to land, secondly, on availability of inputs, and so on, actually reduced production by around 20%, and exports even more. And we will see how much the exports will go. At the moment, they're starting to get out. And we looked also what that means for global prices. And when the Ukraine will export 50% less of wheat, that means, with all other things normal, or also change, it's 9% higher the global price of wheat. So that means that everybody will pay more for the wheat when the Ukraine cannot export in all countries around the globe. We saw a very strong reaction on prices in March. That has eased a bit for cereals and oilseeds. When we look at the FAO Food Price Index, it is still considerably higher than in previous years, but it has eased a bit, but that can also be only temporary. But as you have seen, those surge was unprecedented in recent years, and it's important to see what that means for global markets. On the other hand, we have to look also at inputs, because Russia is very important to provide inputs globally. Firstly, energy, and we see also at the moment there's lots of things happening, especially on the natural gas area. Those has exploded the price, and it's a very important ingredient also very often in the processing of agriculture products, in lots of dairies and lots of crushing facilities and so on. It's generally based on natural gas, what they're using. So actually the processing of agriculture product will get also more expensive. And especially also natural gas is an input into produce fertilizer, in a vital ingredient in the production. And that has also increased, but not as much as the price of gas. When we look now at the current situation, so the seaports were blocked, and that reduced actually exports. Here you see actually how the Ukrainian agriculture exports have been done in post-Russian aggression. First, there was mainly the railway still possible, then trucks, and also somehow some port option came in. Especially it made a jump with opening the corridors for the Black Sea ports. So the Black Sea ports are vital to the producing and exporting of products, because the products are in the country and are harvested and need to get out, as the Ukraine is not using all of that. And the logistic costs have also increased. They were $30 per ton before to get it to the port and then out. Now it's $200 to get it to the border or to the ports. So that has increased dramatically. That means that the domestic prices are much, much lower than the international prices. They are even lower than in years before. And that actually threatens the liquidity of farmers. So they have not enough money to actually plant new crops, because they have their storage full, they cannot sell their products, and they have to decide when to export. And so if there are channels to export, that will help, and otherwise it will be a spillover effect for the next year's harvest. And I think it's important to see that it all works together, and agriculture, as I said before, contributes 20% to the GDP, and is very important in rural areas. And with that one, I close the setting of the scene. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Hubertus, for that really comprehensive overview and outline of the challenges that are facing Ukraine, and indeed that are the impacts that it is having in the international ecosystem as a result of that. So the first question I'm going to go through and just put to our panel now, and I'll start with Yoshiki, but in relation to rural areas that are particularly hit by food and energy price spikes, the question is, how can policymakers best respond to mitigate to these to the impacts of these shocks? So Yoshiki, I'll put that question to you first, and once again just to welcome you as the Deputy Director General of the OECD and everyone here today, and I'd be interested in your thoughts on that. Thanks, Yoshiki.
Well, thank you, Minister McNaughton. Let me start by reiterating that the OECD condemns Russia's unjustifiable, unprovoked, and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine in the strongest strong terms. This is a serious violation of international law that shakes the very foundation of the international order. And to respond to your question, yes, we have found that rural areas have been particularly vulnerable to the disruption triggered by the Russia's aggression. They are particularly hit by inflationary pressures and disruption, as has been explained, disruption of energy and food markets. This is because rural residents with lower average household income, lower saving rate, and higher energy demands and dependency on car transport are at great risk of fuel poverty. In some countries like Spain or Czech Republic, Portugal, rural residents are 35% more at risk of being energy poor than those in metropolitan area. These disruptions also affect the agriculture. The agri-food sector is highly energy concentrated and dependent on Russian fertilizers, which accounts for over 15% of fertilizer exports. Rising energy and fertilizer prices are therefore translating into higher production costs in rural areas. Over the short term, countries, we need to address the price shocks, and we have already seen swift actions across the wide range of instruments to manage inflation and reduce costs for business and households. But what is more important is that the policymakers should be looking ahead and look for the longer-term solutions to reduce energy demand and invest in clean energy solutions. This will include measures to encourage households to become more energy efficient, for example, by conserving energy, by investing into improvements such as insulation, and where feasible, renewable energy solutions such as solar PV and heat pumps. This also is true for food. We need to improve the efficiency of our food system by deploying a circular economic approach and investing in new production methods that are more resilient and more sustainable. At the same time, we must of course maintain the trade flows and ensure that markets remain open and efficient, as distortion in food markets will create inefficiencies over the mid and long term. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yoshiki, and Xochitl, welcome as well. And so again, on that point in relation to the impact on food and energy prices and how policymakers can actually respond and mitigate to that. So your perspective on that, please.
Thanks so much, Charlie. We had such an optimistic panel yesterday, and we were talking at the end of dinner last night, how do we make this optimistic? Because there's real challenges that we're facing. And the answer for me really hit hearing from the Ukrainian agricultural minister. I was thinking about it, just coming now as a member of the administration, seeing his courage gave me a different perspective, because I think about all the challenges that we face and the idea of fighting a war while also continuing to face those challenges. What he did that I thought was so informative for me is set a model for, frankly, how the United States, in a much smaller way, because we are not also fighting a war against illegal aggressors while trying to do this work, is trying to respond as well. And it's twofold. One, it's recognizing that local resiliency is crucial to that flexibility that you talked about. And two, acknowledging that international collaboration is crucial. And Ukraine has done such an incredible job of making sure they're communicating internationally and working internationally in both those ways. So in terms of the United States response, the local resiliency, there's been a few very exciting recent efforts. So the Inflation Reduction Act, Rural Development will be administering over $10 billion in terms of energy efficiency, both when it comes to rural production of renewable energy. So 70% of the United States land mass is served by rural electric cooperatives. And yet so much of the renewable energy efforts have come in higher density areas. So finding ways to support rural electric co-ops as being part of that solution is crucial, because providing energy in rural areas is, you've got fewer members and more land to cover, so sometimes it can be less efficient. So finding ways to support that is crucial. The other part of those funds is to support small businesses and farmers in finding more energy efficient practices of renewable energy. So that responds to the short term as well, in terms of being able to reduce your dependence on energy there. When it comes to food, it's also identifying our own bottlenecks and finding ways to support the response. So rural development is working to address the fertilizer shortage, as well as identifying other places where there's bottlenecks, such as meat processing.
Thank you very much, Micheál. And I'll move now to Mari, our nearest neighbour here. And in fact, from the part of the country I'm from in Donegal, on some of our really clear summer days when I climb the local hills, I can see across the Isle of Islay in Scotland, and indeed some of our local members of our community on a fundraising effort a couple of weeks ago would have rowed a boat from Donegal to Scotland in 14 hours, believe it or not. So I'm sure you found a quicker way of getting here to Cavan, Mari, than that. But again, in relation to that issue around food and energy spikes and how governments and policymakers can respond, your perspective, please, from us.
Absolutely. Well, I think it's important that there are a number of obviously urgent and critical issues that we've had to deal with and to try and address. So in Scotland, we'll be bringing forward an emergency budget to deal with, for example, the cost of living crisis that we're seeing. There have been measures that the UK government have introduced in terms of an energy price cap. But we do also know that it's the people that live in our rural and our most remote areas who are the ones that are suffering the most, who depend on the unregulated fuels that wouldn't be affected by the price cap there or the support that's been made available. So as an example of that, there's a £400 payment that's being made to people to help as a contribution towards energy bills. But if you're dependent on oil for your heating, you get an extra payment of £100, but that's not going to go very far in the grand scheme of things. So we do try and press the UK government to take more action in that regard. We've also increased the funding that we have for various schemes. At the moment, we have a fuel and security fund that we've increased investment in, and we're also taking measures such as we'll be bringing forward emergency legislation in the Scottish Parliament next week to look at introducing a rent freeze as well as a moratorium on evictions, and trying to use all the policy levers that we do have to help people in this immediate crisis. But I think when it comes to food security, an important piece of work that we undertook earlier this year was to establish a food security and supply task force. So that was a short-term task force to really look at what we need to do and what actions we need to take in the short, medium and longer term. And I co-chaired that with the Chief Executive of Scotland Food and Drink, and we ensured that we had representatives from right across the food and drink industries, as well as representation from our primary producers too. That was a really important piece of work and we really started off with that, with trying to map out our supply chains, looking at where those vulnerabilities are, and then trying to see where we could address that. Because while we didn't have problems with immediate food availability, we know that this isn't just an issue for now. We've seen that from all the information that's been presented today. This is going to be continuing on. So we need to make sure that we're addressing the issue of food security. There were quite a lot of important recommendations that came forward as a result of that work. First of all, that we needed, one recommendation was about a single gateway for people to access support. We do offer a lot of advice and support that can help businesses and primary producers, but it's making that easy, accessible and easy for people to find in one place. So that's one recommendation we've implemented. We have also set out that we're going to establish a food security unit within the Scottish Government as well. We do have regular engagement with the food and drink industry right across the supply chain, but it's to ensure that we are continuing to monitor the situation so that we can respond adequately to that as well. And there are a number of actions, though, that we don't have the policy, we don't have the powers to be able to deal with, and issues that we've had to raise with the UK government to ensure that they can look at. And another recommendation within that is that we open discussions with the Groceries Code Adjudicator. We are seeing huge increases in the costs of production, or agflation, as we've been calling it as well, but from feed, fuel, fertiliser, and it's really ensuring, or trying to ensure as best we can, that our primary producers are getting a fair price for what they're producing too, and as well as opening engagement and having those discussions with the retailers. I know that ultimately, everybody wants to keep prices low to ease the burden of the cost of living on people, but we need to ensure that there's that fairness throughout the supply chain, and we're tackling a lot of these issues. In relation to energy, it's another really important point that's been raised, that we need to try and increase, and we can better increase the resilience, particularly of our primary producers in agriculture too. That's one issue that I constantly have raised with me, but we know that we have barriers there to overcome. Some would love to have renewable energy or to consider that as an option to help make them more resilient and lower their costs. But the costs to connect to the grid are prohibitively expensive, which means that it's just not even an option. So I think it's trying to identify these barriers and see where we can have an impact, and obviously try to ease that burden as much as we possibly can for people at the moment.
Thank you very much, Mari, for that overview. And certainly, I think, I know from our own perspective, it really has upped the ante in relation to the move and the transition to renewable energy. And I think that's the big lesson so many of us are taking in relation to putting that driver behind public policy to expedite that transition. And indeed, from a cost point of view, and indeed from an energy security point of view in the time ahead as well. So thank you, Mari. Tatjana, pleasure and great to have you join us. I know you have to leave shortly as well, so it's great to have you to join with us this morning. Again, your perspective, Tatjana, in terms of the policy response both to the energy price challenge and also to the food price challenge, and how we as policymakers can actually help address that and meet that.
I have to agree with my colleagues. They already raised a lot of questions that when we are responding, one is this emergency, that really the people get support as quickly as possible, that we are not looking only in long term. And that was the priority for a Slovene government when addressing the energy crisis and the increase of food prices and looking into general population. As I mentioned already yesterday, 75% of Slovene population living in rural areas. So for us, a general support in terms of reducing the tax on the energy, for example, that was important for all, and complementing that then with additional single payments to more vulnerable groups, so very targeted approach, but not only the ones that are getting the social benefits. We were also considering the ones that are actually working and being very much pressured, that are the young families with children, so automatically who are getting the child benefits according to their income level, they are getting now additional support. So no bureaucracy, it's going just automatically for next 3 months, for example. So that kind of combination that are really targeted, that are reaching the people directly on one side. But then, for example, when looking into agriculture was also very quick, already in the beginning of summer, was looking into specific problems that farmers and fishermen are facing due to the fuel increases. So one measure was in that, but also specifically, for example, for different branches. So the milk producers, the dairy farmers, they got specific support, and beekeepers, and we are now discussing with different very specific, trying to identify the problems that are there and addressing that, but not forgetting then the long-term vision, that these things are going parallel. So at the same time, we are developing the national energy strategy, where the renewable resources acceleration, that we are having the renewable energy on disposal, but also looking how we can get more efficient in the use of energy. So it's not always only supply side, but also the demand side. And here the innovation, the new technologies in agriculture sectors, in fisheries, in food industry are important, but also broader in the industry and businesses. And as we discussed yesterday, how important is innovation and entrepreneurship in a countryside, and that we have to invest in that. We are also aware that the transfer of knowledge and skills and support into the new technologies and approaches are living in our countryside, that they don't end as a pilot project or just in research project. So that are a kind of important targets also in our strategic implementation plan for common agriculture policy in the next period. And I think on top of that, I want to mention a specific measure because Slovene food supply chain is working. Even during the COVID, there was no shortage of food and also no. But Slovenia is not self-sufficient. As a small country with limited resources, we are the food security securing through the single market in the European Union. But we do have areas where we can be and self-sufficient when we already are, and areas where this can be improved. So with the technological development, with the way how we do the agriculture, but on the other side also changing the consumer patterns, and maybe we are not talking enough also on that transition. We are discussing the plant-based diets, we are discussing more sustainable living, so it does include also the waste of food that I think it's important to bring. So we have a nationwide project on that as well. And we try to do with the soft measure of comparing the prices now on a bi-weekly manner among the key retailers in Slovenia, because we are investing and giving state aid to all players in the food chain. And we are trying to motivate everyone to take also a share in giving something into this change, also not trying to get the profits as they used to be in this time. So with comparison of prices that are available to consumers online, we'd like to keep the increase of prices low, and we'll see what will happen in the next months also with that. So it's like a very big mix of different measures.
Thank you very much, Tatjana, for that perspective. Radim, next, that challenge in relation to how policy makers can mitigate the challenge from energy and price shocks, your perspective on that. Thanks, Radim.
It's a really tough question in the morning, you know, and I think to find a solution, it's worth getting a Nobel Prize. And I think it's a hot potato in every country. Just the frame, you know, in the Czech Republic, we have the biggest number of refugees per population. So we are not solving just the prices of energies, but we are solving housing, schooling, inclusion. So it's a bigger picture, you know, than just to solve the prices of energies and food. And of course, the simplest answer is to end the war as soon as possible. But if we come to solutions, we are yesterday discussing during the dinner with Commissioner McGuinness and with Tatjana that it seems to me that it's a pity that European Union and member states are too much reactive to what happens and less proactive, you know, in forming the policies, because I think the energy security and food security, those are topics, you know, which we should deal even if there was no any war in Ukraine, no COVID, you know, and I think we now even should put everything into the bigger picture, not just dealing with energies, but dealing with waste management, with water management, with all the issues which are kind of mosaic called smart villages in the European Union. And I think we shouldn't forget about the complete pictures, because if we are taking just one part of mosaic, it will never work, you know, together. What is important, coming back to the question, is in the Czech Republic, we are trying to motivate the cooperation of the municipalities in establishing the energy communities. We are trying to change the legislation, which was not set for this kind of things. The local action groups are actually active in that, because we have so many small municipalities. So to get together the municipalities to cooperate, we are now launching the activity of shared energy managers on the level of each local action group or micro-region, so that there will be a person from the public sector who will be paid not by the company but by some kind of funding to find the solutions. And but what is sometimes difficult to explain to people is that we have a huge power plant, nuclear power plant in Dukovany, and the people know that they are producing energy in 1/10 price what is sold to the people who are living next to the power plant, to the farmers. how to explain it to the people. I think we are in the war. We should leave the basic paradigms of internal market because it's not working, and we should deal more critically with these issues. And it's the same with the food, you know. The local farmer sells the food to the supermarket. For example, apples, 1 kilogram of apples for €0.5, and the supermarket sells it for €2, you know. So there is 1.5 euros, there is kind of reserve, you know. So we should deal with that. We should shorten the food chains, you know. We shouldn't carry apples from Olomouc to Prague, then from Prague back to Olomouc, you know, because it's set like that, you know. So there is kind of common sense which should be used, you know. And of course, we have kind of price ceilings, you know, energy price ceilings, but it costs so much money, the government, it just brings another spiral of inflation, you know, so it's not a solution. And I think we should really deal more proactively and really with the basic paradigms, not just to be kind of fire brigade, just there is a fire, so we are trying to solve it, but I think we should be more resilient also in our heads. And last, we of course do have information campaign as every member state. It's called Umbrella Against Poverty, you know, which is very, very simple, online, call centers, you know, but I don't think that it solves the problems at all of the people getting to this threat. And it was said that the Czech Republic is among those most vulnerable ones for energy prices in the rural areas.
Thank you very much, Radim. And Micheál, obviously the European Commission has played a very significant role over the last number of months in terms from a coordination point of view. So your perspective in relation to those challenges around energy and food and escalating costs and the policy response to that and the best way for governments and policymakers to respond to it. Thanks, Micheál.
Thank you, Minister. I think you already mentioned in your intervention many things that have been decided at the European Union level. I mean, from the perspective of the Commission, you know, I think that crisis has become a new normal. We are every day in crisis working method since many years now. We were just about to get out of the COVID crisis when the war started, and then we mobilized all our resources to cope with it. When this summer we've been confronted with quite dramatic climate events, you know, drought and heat waves and a lot of other extreme climatic events. So therefore, I would just try to summarize a little bit the response, political response at the European Union level. First of all, I think the war, the invasion by Russia in Ukraine had made the European Union more united than ever. And then I think it makes also the decision-making process at the European level, which usually is lengthy and is complex and is difficult, to work much better. Already in March, after the war started, the European Union has assessed the situation and have issued this communication you already mentioned about food security and the resilience of the food supply chain, with the conclusions that we do not have a problem of food security in Europe, fortunately, because we are self-sufficient for most of the products thanks to our farmers and our resilient food supply chains. But then we have a problem of food affordability because the prices are getting up and up. And our farmers are getting squeezed between the increase of the input prices and the stabilizer or downward trend of commodity prices. And then we have to look into the global level and to show solidarity with the country at risk for food security. So I think at that moment the decision was to mobilize at three levels. First of all, immediately to help the Ukrainians. We have millions of Ukrainian displaced and refugees in Europe. We need to feed them, to accommodate them, to offer them services, education for children, health, and all the rest. Then we have to turn to the Ukrainian farmers to keep them in business, to help them to continue their business, and to help them to get out the cereals from the country. So we mobilized the so-called Solidarity Lane, which was an alternative to the Black Sea ports. Fortunately, the Black Sea ports, they opened, and then they managed to come back to an export level which was close to the recently close to the pre-war. But then the second level for the European Union was to look to our farmers. And our farmers in the normal condition, they are spending about 25 billion euro a year for the energy and about 15 billion euro a year for the fertilizers. And so we try to mobilize public funds. First of all, we look into the pockets of the European Union, and I think we have made available all the money we have at the time. So we have released for the first time in recent history the crisis reserve, which is about 500 million euro, and the member states, they could top up this amount by 200% with the national money. Then we look into our pockets to see if we have any money left in the rural development pillar, and we have created immediately another exceptional measure like we did for the COVID. And we allow member states, if they still have money available, to mobilize up to 5% of the budget, which could amount to about 1.5 billion. I mean, this is still theoretical because everybody knows how much they have in the pockets. Then, that we already started with the COVID to make a lot of flexibility and make this transition state aid rules to give a lot of flexibility to the member states to mobilize national funds. So then, we use more, let's say, traditional instrument like allowing member states to pay higher and earlier advances for the common agricultural policy payments. Of course, rural economy was also highly impacted, not only agriculture. A lot of rural entrepreneurs, they suffer a lot. I mean, I was just thinking about the project, the EU-funded projects in rural area. Because of the inflation, most of these projects cannot be brought to an end. So we have to find flexibility to allow member states to increase the cost and to complete these projects. Then, I think we also created a response, a kind of food crisis response mechanism, this expert group for food security crisis preparedness and response mechanism, which is an expert group which assembles all actors involved in the markets and in the food security. So we meet quite often and to assess the situation and to see if there are additional intervention needed. I mean, Minister, you know very well that since February, I think there was no single meeting of the Minister of Agriculture in the Council which has not have the food security and the situation created by the war on top of the agenda. And then, I think there are a lot of other elements which are broader than agriculture, and this was especially in the energy field. I mean, Commissioner McGuinness last night mentioned them. I just remind you 3 of them. So initially, before summer, there was this toolkit to tell member states, because I think everybody agreed that in the union of 27 member states, coordinated and common measures are much better than individual measures. So then the Commission was called to put in place a toolbox that the member states, depending on their situation, they can activate one or the other instruments, but to stay into a kind of a common framework. So there was this toolbox to help vulnerable people, to help vulnerable businesses. Then I think we move into the logic of becoming autonomous in terms of energy. And there was the Repower EU, where the purpose is to diversify the sources of energy, increase the energy saving, move much faster into renewable energy. And here I think the rural economy and agriculture has a very important role to play, which is recognized by this. And I think just to mention this ambitious target that we should double the biomethane production. And also this initiative will allow to mobilize additional EU funds to move faster into this. And recently, I think there was this Save Gas for Safe in Winter, which is the latest package adopted. And then there were a lot of other actions at the international arena. You mentioned here, keeping the trade open and increasing the humanitarian aid for the countries dependent of imports. Of course, we hope that the export from Ukraine can continue on both ways. And I think we are also, because this is my business, and we work with our member states, we are in the process now of finalizing our next programming document for the next 5 years. We ask the member states in the strategic plans for the CAP to activate additional measures to address the issue of energy, to address the issue of high cost of inputs, and then here is more actual than ever that our objective and principle for the Green Deal to move into sustainable production, I think they are more actual than ever. You know that in the beginning there were voices saying now we are in a logic of war, we should drop this objective and ambitious, and the Commission in this communication said no, this is our long-term objective, is still valid, is more valid than ever. The climate emergency will not disappear with the war. We need to continue to pursue this and even to accelerate. I think it's a good opportunity now, for instance, if you want to move out or reduce the use of pesticides and of chemical fertilizer, that now is a good moment because they are costing so much to optimize their use and to reduce the use. And many other elements which are in the Green Deal and in Farm to Fork. And the members say they can translate this in the strategic plan and move forward. I mean, I can continue like this a lot of time, but I will stop here because time is very short. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Micheál. And finally, Aisha, in this question in relation to the policy response in terms of how we can mitigate energy and food price shocks. Thanks, Aisha.
Let me begin by stating that Canada condemns in the strongest terms Russia's unprovoked and unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine. In direct response, Canada is taking a series of measures in close coordination with allies and partners. The war in Ukraine has raised awareness of how rural areas are particularly hard hit by food and energy price spikes. Importantly, not all regions are equally exposed to the risks. Ukraine, of course, is the most immediately affected, with preliminary studies estimating that 1/3 of the population is now food insecure. Beyond Ukraine, sub-Saharan Africa is most vulnerable and severely exposed to both food and financial shocks. The Latin America and Caribbean region has the second highest number of countries facing this perfect storm of food, energy, and financial vulnerabilities. Canada is focused on exploring options to support global and local solutions to strengthen resilience of agriculture and food systems and meeting increased global humanitarian food and nutrition needs. Canada has provided $600 million in humanitarian food and nutrition assistance so far in 2022 and prioritizes addressing the long-term drivers of food insecurity through development programming, helping poverty reduction measures targeted to vulnerable populations, including, in particular, women and children. Canada has also responded to the call for action from partners and friends in Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. Canada announced a $100 million contribution to support small and medium-sized agri-food enterprise in Africa through the African Development Bank. This will help increase food security across the continent. The government has announced investments so Canadian farmers can bring more cereal, grain, and oats to international markets to meet global demand. Total acreage for Canadian wheat is expected to increase by 7% this crop year. And in recognition of the challenges facing Canadian producers, including rising input costs, the government is working to ensure farmers have access to cash flow to cover crop-related expenses by making a change to the Advance Payments Program. The interest-free portion of the Advance Payments Program will increase from $100,000 to $250,000 for the 2022 and 2023 program years. And as a result, participating producers will save on interest costs over the next 2 years, making the purchase of inputs such as fuel, fertilizer, and seed more affordable. This access to cash flow is critical in helping Canadian producers continue to contribute to global food security. Canadian farmers also have access to a comprehensive suite of business risk management programs to help them manage significant risks that threaten the viability of their farm and are beyond their capacity to manage. This includes agri-stability, which protects Canadian producers against large declines in farming income for reasons such as production loss, increased costs, and market conditions. Canada has doubled down on an area of strength, investing in BHP to help green its operations and advance innovation in the potash industry. To develop both short and long-term solutions to the agricultural labor crunch, Canada has also launched nationwide consultations to develop a national agricultural labor strategy. Together, these and other initiatives will help Canada sustain its position as a top 5 agri-food exporter, hitting new records for agri-food exports every year. The current context also emphasizes the importance to strengthen policies and investments toward long-term energy security, which includes the transition to clean and renewable energy sources. We are dealing with 2 crises, energy security and climate change, and we need to address both. Addressing climate change and ensuring energy security can mutually enforce one another, and these challenges and their solutions are intimately linked. The transition to a cleaner, more prosperous economy is both an immediate priority and one that requires a sustained effort over the years and decades ahead. Just as international peers are doing, Canada is focused on sustained innovation to meet long-term energy goals. This includes strengthening and building on existing measures that fight climate change and transform the economy. And at the top of the agenda is a commitment to achieving net zero emissions by 2050. Canada has joined more than 120 countries in committing to be net zero emissions by 2050, and a number of Canadian provinces and cities have already made net zero by 2050 commitments. As part of Canada's plan, the government has launched the $8 billion Net Zero Accelerator Fund to help transform the economy for clean and long-term growth, supporting large-scale investments in key heavy emissions sectors. For example,
Very good.
For example, Algoma Steel is receiving up to $420 million from the fund to retrofit its operations and phase out coal-fired steel-making processes with an eye to reducing emissions by 3 million tons by the year 2030. To help combat rising home heating costs, Canada is investing up to $250 million through the Low Carbon Economy Fund. With a focus on lower-income households, this funding will help homeowners who currently use home heating oil to move to affordable and greener home heating sources like electric heat pumps. At current energy rates, switching from heating oil to a heat pump has the potential to save homeowners thousands of dollars per year in heating bills. Maintaining energy security, affordability, and accessibility will be fundamental to enabling a transition to net zero. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisha. And I'll move on to the second question. Thanks for the very interesting perspectives across OECD members as well, and to get so many different inputs. The second question I have is in terms of what efforts, if any, are being made to capitalise on the potential of rural areas to address food security over the long term. So I suppose, looking at it from an Irish perspective, the challenge that's arisen over the last number of months since the illegal invasion of Ukraine is very much thrown up to us the challenges around certainty and security around both fertiliser in particular, and because of particularly Russia is a source of fertiliser for a significant amount of our national need, and also then the grain challenge as well and the security of supply around that. And while we in Ireland are quite food secure, fortunately, obviously the security of our capacity to produce has very much been quite, brought into focus by the last number of months. So at national level, we've taken a number of steps to try and make our national food system more robust. So, for example, in the budget, we had our annual budget just this past week, and some of the measures I would have introduced, which were following on from ones that we've operated over the course of the last few months as well, were initiatives to encourage farmers to move away from dependency on chemical fertiliser by adopting new types of swards, so multi-species swards and clover-based swards that significantly increase the capacity of the pasture and the grasses to fixed nitrogen from the air into the soil, and therefore making it more secure from that point of view and less dependent on chemical fertilizer. And also we've made a significant effort this year to actually increase the area that we have under grain production within the country. So we've introduced a scheme, a grant aid scheme as well, to incentivise farmers to plant more areas and new areas in grain, because we're a significant grain importer. And we believe that's important in relation to making our system and our production system more secure, because 90% of the food we produce is exported. And we're fortunate in relation to our capacity to produce food. So we see ourselves as having a strong role in food security internationally by producing that food. But the challenges of this year has very much, made our security of our production more challenged, and therefore we've been seeking to respond to that. So on that question really now, and I'll start with Hubertus in relation to the efforts, if any indeed, and if what you believe they should be, and that are being made to capitalise on the potential of rural areas to address food security over the long term. Thanks.
I make only a short statement to that one. I think, first of all, it's also important, as you said, it's a really global integrated system. It's like 20% of all food we eat crossed one border. So, and that's important to know, and that's why it's important, this international integration, as you emphasized, that rural areas not only produce for themselves, they produce for the global market. And I think that relationship needs to be strengthened, and I think there it's important to keep markets open, to let it flow, and to assist this global flow. And I think with that short statement, I leave it to leave more space for the others.
Thank you, Hubertus. Yoshiki, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, food security is a global challenge, and yes, there are some rural areas that may not be the major concern. The food security may not be the major concern, but as has been said, rural areas play a key role in making their food exports, on which others depends. And that means the rural areas must make their food more resiliently. And in the longer term, what should be done? First, we have to see the productivity growth. We have seen that in the past. In the 1970s, we had these green revolutions, and in the 1960s, and in the 1990s, we had these new technologies that enabled sustainably increased crop yields. Today, now we have these new data-driven precision farming technologies. This can boost yields and save labor by improving the monitoring, management, and harvesting of crops. New digital tools can also enable automation of the administrative process for agriculture and advisory services. And this productivity growth is very important. But at the same time, we have to do that in a sustainable way. This is another important factor. For this, policymakers need to promote efficient systems to produce enough food in a way that reduces the environmental footprint of agricultural production. To strengthen the sustainability of our agriculture and food system, we must take steps to improve the management of water and land, protect biodiversity, and, of course, reduce the green gas emission. For this, efforts are needed to improve, of course, the water and land management in agriculture, reduce forest loss and land degradation, and reduce the environmental impact of livestock production. Here, governments have an important role in setting the right framework and incentive for agriculture and monitoring the compliance, which can again be enhanced through new technologies. So new technology is the key element in accomplishing the productivity growth in this era. And what would the rural regions gain from that? Lots of things. First, with this sustainable productivity growth, higher value agricultural jobs and better quality natural environment can be accomplished, including clean air and ecosystem services. And the rural areas can also benefit from the deployment of new business models in circular economy, the bioeconomy, renewable energy, and sustainable land management. So there are lots of things that rural areas can do and rural areas can gain. With that, I can stop. I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yoshiki. And Micheál.
Making our food systems more resilient is a a real challenge. So I'll talk quickly to a few things we're doing. One, how we're addressing broken markets. So a lot of us talked about farmer income and the challenges that we see in the short term. It's also a challenge in the long term. Sometimes that happens because there's a bottleneck in a certain part of the system that allows, for example, meat processors to squeeze both the customer and the farmer or the rancher. And so finding ways to address those bottlenecks by allowing for more local processing options is one of the things we're doing through the Rural Business and Cooperative Service. Another way that we can help support farmer income is the Value-Added Producer Grant. So if you're growing apples, being able to turn them into cider provides more business opportunities for the farmer. One thing I want to spend the rest of my time on is a really exciting effort, the Climate Smart Commodities Partnership. So USDA is investing in regional and local efforts to, and Tatiana mentioned this, how you change consumer patterns as well. So supporting farmers in identifying ways that they grow their crops or produce their commodity that's more climate smart. And then marketing it in a way so that consumers are more interested in purchasing that as well. It's value add, but it's also providing those environmental services that are crucial. So it's creating a more resilient market while also returning income to the local economy.
Thank you very much, Micheál, and Mari on the same point. Thanks.
Yeah, well, we're actually at quite a critical point in Scotland when we're looking to the future of agriculture policy and developing what our post-CAP policy is going to be. And we'd published a vision for agriculture earlier this year, which broadly aligns with the overall objectives of the new CAP, but ultimately sets out that we want Scotland to be a global leader when it comes to sustainable food production and when it comes to regenerative and sustainable farming too. Because I do think what is really important is the point that Micheál touched on as well, and that Yoshiki was talking about there, is that with all these various crises that we face, and we know there will be more to come, the climate crisis is still there. We've got to address that and accelerate the action that we're taking on that, and that's where the work that we're taking forward in agriculture is really important. And within our vision for agriculture too, we recognise that, I would say that we broadly have three key pillars that we focus on there, which are all integrated, all intrinsically linked, and all of equal importance, which is food production, how we lower emissions, and also how we enhance nature and biodiversity. And we're also looking at how we can reform agricultural tenancies in Scotland. We have a lot of tenant farmers who aren't necessarily able to take the diversification measures that they may wish to, which can enhance the resilience of their business as well as help to lower emissions. So we're looking at taking forward that programme of reform and are consulting on our agriculture bill at the moment. But I do think it's also really important to focus on the point that Radim, you touched on in relation to strengthening our local food supply chains. We'd published a draft local food strategy towards the end of last year, and I also took through the Scottish Parliament a piece of legislation earlier this year called the Good Food Nation. It's the Good Food Nation Act now, which is really trying to do that. It's about changing our food culture in Scotland, strengthening local supply chains, but also looking at how we can tackle food waste, how we can improve the health of our populations, and really looking at food as the central piece of all that. And as part of that piece of legislation, the Scottish Government has to produce its own Good Food Nation plan, where we set out the targets that we would like to reach, how we're going to monitor our progress towards reaching all these targets and objectives. And we're also asking the local authorities in Scotland and the health authorities in Scotland produce their own food plans too, which will link in with those produced by the Scottish Government, so that we can look to make those meaningful changes, which we know impact right across government as well. And we do also have a ministerial working group on food, recognising all the different policy areas across the government, across our society that food touches.
Thank you very much, Mari. And Radim, on that same point in relation to the potential for addressing food security in the long term. Thanks.
I think a lot of things have been already told. What I would like to stress out that there is a necessity of the cooperation of all levels. We have kind of multi-level governance, at least in Europe, but also in the world. So we have the European level. Micheál told a lot of things, what is done by the Commission. We have new common agricultural policy, new strategic plans. Then we coming on the national level, in the Czech Republic, we completely changed the main paradigm to the common agricultural policy, supporting more small farmers before, because our former prime minister is the biggest farmer, so he launched the policy to support the big farms. So now we change it. So there is a lot of 23% of direct payments. It's going to redistributive payments for the first hectare, so it means more supporting local farmers living in the farms and also processing the food. But I will come to the local level. You know, I was speaking about the smart villages already. There is also precision farming. You know, the farmers are stubborn a little bit and conservative, at least in the Czech Republic, to use the technologies because they think that they can they can function without internet and without the new technologies. But I think it's necessary to do this animation work to bring it. But coming to the farm to fork strategy and the recipes, you know, those of you who were 3 years ago in South Korea and we went to this place where the 90% of food is from the local farmers is taken by the local companies and local canteens, schools. So we tried to do the same in my region. Actually, it's a pilot project in the Czech Republic. And I was asking the school canteens where they are taking the food and the meat. You know, and I was frustrated that one of the school canteens replied that they are taking 5 kilograms of high-quality local meat just for teachers and adults, and they are taking frozen meat from somewhere Bangladesh for the kids, you know. And I was so frustrated to hear that. And now we have a pilot program that we want to reach 40% at least of the products the school canteens are taking, because it's our schools, the municipalities are having the schools, and my kids won't eat the meat from Bangladesh, so I need really, so that we interconnected. It's difficult. The farmers are not used to cooperate, you know, they are not cooperatives anymore which are able to sell the things, but we found a recipe, and we found out that we can buy meat, biological, actually beef meat, from the local farmer, which is cheaper than the meat, frozen meat, which we can buy from the wholesale. Yeah, and step by step we found out that there won't be any increase in prices, finally, and we will have much better food for the kids. And what's more important is, if we learn kids to eat the healthy local food, you know, they will learn that the parents, this was the waste management issue in the Czech Republic, that if we learn that the kids, you know, so they will spread it. So this is the basic idea. We are also trying to teach by the best Czech chefs, you know, the school canteens, that they should think in a modern way how to prepare the meals, you know, that there shouldn't be bananas and oranges, you know, every day, but they should produce the food from what is available in the moment, you know. We are also bringing children to the farms, because even in rural areas, some children think that the cow is processing the cheese directly and not the milk. Yeah, so this is actually behind this action, we call it Farm to Fork actually in our area. And we want to spread also to the companies and like that. And I think this is the basic idea, you know, to have a common sense and to think about it like it was in the past. But maybe the globalization changed everything, but we should get back to the roots. And I think this is the recipe, because then the prices and the margins and there are huge reserves, and we should really shorten the chains and learn the people to cooperate and to think locally, and that's important.
Thank you very much, Vadim. And Micheál?
I hope this is working now.
Yeah.
Well, the fact is that majority of the agricultural production is produced in rural area. With few exceptions, now we have some urban agriculture, it's still a niche. But so if we want to guarantee food security, we need to guarantee a future of our rural areas. And from our perspective in the European Union, I think we have to look into the assets we have in the rural area and make sure that they are used to the maximum potential. And I will start with the most important, which are humans. I think we already have a problem in rural areas for generational renewal. And we need, first of all, to have people there, and we have skilled people. And you know, if I come back to what I said previously, that we cannot have food security without sustainable food systems, I think these people, they should be the one that will guarantee the future. So first of all, we need good people, young people, skilled people. And I think in our policy, we are developing instruments, first of all, to bring or to keep young people there, to develop entrepreneurship there, And we have a skill agenda. We have these people to get new skills, to use the new technologies, and especially we're talking about the green and digital transition. And the modern technology needs a lot of skills, and we need to provide them. Well, then we have the natural resources, which we have damaged. We have to bring them back to an acceptable status and maintain their potential for our future generations. And I think here at the European Union, we have set up quite a comprehensive and extensive regulatory framework with very ambitious targets, with very ambitious objectives, and we put in place instruments, and we are now trying to mobilize all these instruments to move into this direction. And then I think we need new knowledges, and we need to translate these knowledges into practical solutions. And I think we work quite a lot, at least in our our European research program, the Horizon Europe, to develop new knowledge, new ideas, new solutions. And also we have developed instruments to translate this new knowledge and solutions in practical solutions for our businesses, for our farmers. And then we have new initiatives to regulate further, because there are so many rapid developments which need to be managed in a proper way. I mean, we are talking here about a new initiative of the Commission on the sustainable food system. The Commission wants to adopt it next year. We are talking here about regulated the new breeding techniques, which seems to offer huge potential for the future. And of course, we are trying to incentivize many elements of this green transition. I mean, we want our farmers to produce better, to produce more sustainable. We want them to move into smart agriculture. We want them to use precision agriculture. We want them to use the modern technologies to optimize the use of all the inputs to reduce or stop to pollute water, soil, air. And then we want them to develop and create alternative source of incomes, because otherwise they cannot stay there. So I think we have all these elements there, but now we have to make them work. And if we manage to make them work, I think the food security should not be a problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Micheál and Aisha. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think.
Thank you. I mentioned earlier the consultations that were recently launched to inform the National Agricultural Labour Strategy. So for context, in 2020, the whole agriculture and agri-food system employed 2.1 million people in Canada, provided 1 in 9 jobs in Canada, and in 2021, the sector generated $135 billion of Canada's GDP. So looking to the future, the agriculture and agri-food sector faces obstacles that will certainly distinguish it from other economic sectors currently facing labor shortages. And a number of the issues have been identified during this panel, and these will be considered in the context of the consultations. But when we consider the use of automation and technology, targeted skills development and training, employment incentives and best practices, and programs to recruit and retain workers. So how these issues affect rural communities will be important, as they will also inform climate-smart agriculture, sustainable agri-food, value chains, inclusive food system, governance, and nutritious food safety nets. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. How are we for time? We wrap it up, okay. So, listen, thank you. It's been very, very interesting, and I want to thank all of our speakers and contributors for a tremendous variety of perspectives across so many of our member countries and institutions. I think it's been very useful indeed, and I hope you've gained good insight from it in the audience this morning as well. And I certainly hope and wish you well for the rest of the day. You're in very capable hands with Minister Humphreys here, and indeed with the wonderful staff in the hotel. And I know the Taoiseach, or Prime Minister Micheál Martin, is very much looking forward to addressing you later today as well. So it's been an honour to join with you over the course of the 2 days, and indeed to participate in hosting the seminar and session here this morning as well. So thank you all very much, and thank you most especially tour contributors. Gor Mila Mayagov. Thank you.
And sincere thanks to you, Minister McConalogue, for facilitating that session. We will have a break now of 15 minutes, so it will be from 10 past 10 until 25 past 10. And just as a reminder to everybody, immediately after the break, we will have 3 parallel sessions. We will have the first session on rethinking rural development, effective solutions for bottom-up economic and community development. And that will take place in the EARN suite. We will have the local strategies for sustainable rural energy communities, transforming emission-intensive activities into environmentally friendly net zero alternatives, and that will be in the Woodford suite. And then finally, here in this room, we will have the session on revitalizing town centres, creating places where people want to work and live, here in the Cranahan suite. And if I may just remind everybody, finally, before we conclude this segment, there are still a few places available on the cultural tour programme for tomorrow. So if you have not registered, and in particular the Hidden Heartlines tour, if you've not registered yet, please immediately register outside the door at the registration desk. So with that, I want to thank our distinguished panel and our chair, Minister of Agriculture, Charlie McConalogue, and thank you very much indeed.
Shall we start? Yeah, okay. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session of the 13th OECD Rural Development Conference. Here we aim to have very important discussions on how to revitalize town centers and create places where people want to work and live. So as you know, revitalizing these town centers, it can enhance amenities, culture, leisure in rural places. They can be powerful hubs for economic and social activity and attract new residents and visitors. And there are many initiatives that you can seek to take to address any number of local or global goals, such as infrastructure, public safety, housing, transportation. And also things we want to touch upon is how collaborative this needs to be, how you engage the populations in these processes. So I'm being very quick because we are starting a bit late. Thanks to all the panelists for being here. We have a very interesting and rich panel today. I will introduce the speakers very shortly and then give them the floor for 10-minute presentations. And after that, we'll have a Q&A session. So please, if you have a question that comes up when one of the speakers is coming, we are going to take the 5 presentations in a row, just note them down, and then you'll be able to stand up here at the mics to ask your questions afterwards. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Singh Zhang, who's a senior advisor at the United Nations Habitat. Prior to that, he was the chief of urban economy and finance branch. Then he was the chief of urban economy and social development branch of UN Habitat. And before joining UN Habitat, he taught courses on urban economics, urban public economics, comparative housing policies, international real estate development, urban planning, decision support systems, and supervised postgraduates at leading universities. So quite an impressive background, I must say, and interesting also to see from an urban perspective how you approach the revitalization of rural towns. So Mr. Zhang, if you want, you have the floor for 10 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I worked as a farmer for 18 years before I moved to the cities. So when I moved to the cities, I studied cities because I have been working on the rural areas for 18 years. I know rural areas very well, but I don't know cities very much. So I want to study cities. So since that time, I have been living and doing work on cities. So I visited a lot of cities and also small towns or bigger towns. I saw some towns, they are booming, but sometimes they are declining. So today, I will explore the reasons why sometimes they are declining and sometimes they are booming. So the topic I'm talking about today is downtown revitalization, the pitfalls for failure and ingredients for success. Next slide. Okay. So now you can see the pictures. From the left, that's Hong Kong. Hong Kong, about 150 years ago, is a small village. Now it's a booming city. I have also worked in that city. I loved Hong Kong. This is the most dynamic and interesting city. So the central picture is about suburban area between city centers and the rural areas. The next is rural area. So why some cities booming and some cities decline? There are many reasons, but today I want to talk about one of the aspects is downtowns. So downtown is crucial for urban development. So downtowns can make or break urban and regional development. So one of the reasons is urban-rural disparity. When we look at the cities that are declining, they normally have a huge disparity. So in OECD countries, like on average, it's quite balanced, urban-rural quite balanced. But in some countries, they are still urban is much developed than the rural areas. They are unbalanced. So a lot of rural areas, they migrate to urban areas. So causing depopulation, declining, and etc. So disparity is one of the reasons. So several years ago, there's quite famous stories as Detroit. Detroit was declined legally and financially bankruptcy. The city was booming in 1950s, 70s, even 80s. But later on, it was declining. When we look at why it's declining, a lot of newspapers, news talking about the financial issues. The single industrialization, because it's dominated by the motor industry. But one of the reasons we also look at the city planning. You see, the downtown is isolated from its other city parts. Immediately after the downtown, you see, there's a vacant land and also very poor, polarized area. So that's disparity of the city itself and the community as disparity also. You see, the surrounding city centers has a lot of vacant land. So that is a broken social fabric, a broken community of the city as a whole. So why did some downtowns fail? There are several key reasons. Number one is they disconnect with their society, with their social fabric. Detroit is a wonderful example. Downtowns became car-centric. The cars taking over the pedestrians. The cars taking over the community activities. Because of some cities booming, but they overinvest in the suburban areas because they want, for example, spacious luxury housing in the suburban areas. It causes sprawl. So rich people move to suburban areas, and the less unfortunate they remain in the city center. So investing in suburban areas, de-investing in downtowns is another reason. Then homogeneous neighborhoods are at risk of failure. Yesterday, there was a session on social economy for downtown, small towns. So diversity is one of the reasons mentioned by several speakers as an important element to revitalize the towns. So homogeneous neighborhood is in the opposite, is a failure of downtowns, or at risk of the failure. Then another reason is for small town centers, their capacity is a challenge, and also their economy, as the scale is too small, is quite difficult to diversify. Then in the rural areas, also lack of housing. When you are lack of housing, then you don't have it causes difficult for you to few vacancies. And next reason is little investment in buildings and infrastructure, and also the tax systems in many countries. So, because in small towns, you don't have a larger tax basis, you don't have a lot of income sources, so also the tax resources are small. Then in the geography terms, because some deteriorated urban areas was not developed very well, so it caused expanding of the deteriorating area. So you look at now, I give you an example, the Kazong city in Kenya. It was promoted by the government as 2030 flagship city. But the city did not work well because it was isolated from its hinterland, from its communities. Now this is the example of, you see, the downtown is car-centric, is dominated by car flows instead of people's movement. So a lot of investment moved to the suburban. They build detached housing and semi-detached or whatever. Oh. I'm a genius. I need to move quickly. Huh? So when it's compared to urban and rural, so rural area depopulation is much more. When we look at the small towns, they decline. But larger cities also decline, like Philadelphia, Boston, Chicago, and etc. You see, the huge declining for population. But on the metropolitan area, from the regional perspective, the population is again in the growth. So the people, the movement, they move from the city center to the suburban areas. So the income declining, then the population decline. The asset is declining. But in terms of, in Detroit, you find it strange, yeah? Because the population declines so much, the income declines so much, but the home assets, the housing assets, the value does not decline, but it's increased. Why? Because of disparity. The rich get rich, the poor get poor. So this is small town. There's a lot of small town because the shopping center, whatever, they have nearby, maybe have a larger shopping complex. So it also affected the shopping retail activities. So that's lack of housing because of infrastructure is expensive when you horizontally develop, and the maintaining the infrastructure is also expensive. That's the capacity, because in economic terms, because there's economic of skills, but in small towns, because of lack of skills, and also lack of capacity, leadership is also challenging skills. Okay. Okay, I need to now go very quickly, but only halfway. So, revitalization for town centers, diversity, mix of use, mix of function is crucial. And the importance of ethnicity. So you cannot follow the path other towns, other cities are doing. You must find what your city stands, the identity of your city, the identity of your local assets is very important. And also focus on communities instead of committees. Community is very important. I give you an example. I grew up in a village, about 100 households. Everyone knows everyone else. But apart from this 100 households outside of this neighborhood, you don't know. So you're only inward looking in the rural areas in terms of my village. You only know inside the village, but outside the village, you have less connection, you have less connectivities. But in the city, when we move to the cities, we live in an apartment, huge apartment, 30 or even 50 stories. You know very few your neighbors, but you have a larger network with outside of your immediate residential buildings. So that the network connectivity is different when you live in small cities and bigger cities. Also, small cities, small towns, they have a huge community boundaries. When I was a child, every household, they open the doors. No one locked the doors because everyone trusts each other. They know each other. But in the city, we have a gated community. So all the buildings, all the communities are locked, and your compounds has locked. So that's the community bond, community trusted building. So the sense of a place and the present for working and working as a business. I need to move very quickly. And yesterday also the... Final key messages because we are way over time. Okay. So the conclusion is rural and urban is linked. They are not disconnected. So previously, we talk about the rural economy, as we talk about agriculture, whatever, from the sector perspective. Now we talk about rural place, urban place, as a geographical terms. Now rural is also diversify the economy. They can have a different sector of economy. So if we want to revitalize rural area, we want to revitalize urban areas, we need to unite the places. So rural areas need to unite with town centers. Town centers need to unite with rural areas. They go hand in hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and sorry for being pushy on the time, but our session is shorter than expected, and I think it would be nice to have some time for interaction as well. I know that disparity, a mix of uses, and these points you made on the importance of community, authenticity, sense of place as important things for the drivers, for driving, rural town revitalization. So that was very interesting. Thanks very much. Now I would like to hand the floor to Funda Kuleru, I hope I'm pronouncing that well, from Turkey. She's the head of Local and Rural Development Coordination Department in the Directorate General for Development Agencies in the Ministry of Industry and Technology. She holds a master's degree in public management from the Carnegie Mellon University Heinz College. She was also the head of Local and Rural Development Department and Directorate General for Regional Development and Structural Adjustment in the Ministry of Development of Turkey from 2016 to 2018. So a different background for this presentation, and yeah, you have as well the floor for 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dear participants, welcome all. It's my great pleasure for me to be with you here. Today, I would like to start with a brief overview of the position of towns in our public administration structure in Turkey. Later on, I will touch upon studies on how we classify urban and rural areas. And finally, I will present some of our services and programs in action to revitalize town centers in Turkey. Unlike many European countries, Turkey doesn't have a region in administrative terms. Its administrative structure is composed of provinces and districts affiliated to these provinces. If we go into the details of the settlement system, the villages in rural areas and neighborhoods in urban areas form the basis and smallest structure of settlements in Turkey. According to our law on villages, places with a population up to 2,000 are villages, between 2,000 and 20,000 are towns, and more than 20,000 are cities. Majority of our districts carry out rural characteristics. That is why we focus district centers in our rural policies. In order to analyze the socio-economic development of districts, socio-economic development index studies have been prepared at certain intervals since 1960s in Turkey. We assess the social and economic development level of our districts by using socio-economic development index involving 56 variables. In this study, we group districts into 6 development categories. First group is the most developed one, and the least developed, as you will see on the right-hand side of the slide, are the light brown ones on the eastern part of Turkey. After this brief info about Turkey's administrative and settlement structure, I would like to continue on how we relate towns to our rural policies. Here, I would like to mention our definition of rural area and distribution and size of rural population in Turkey. According to the traditional definition of Turkey, settlements with a population of less than 20,000 are rural areas. This means nearly 25% of Turkey's population lives in rural areas. The distribution of this population is also seen on the map on the left. Although the rural area definition studies in line with Eurostat have not been completed yet, it has come to an end, and the distribution of the rural population in that scope can also be seen on the map on the right-hand side. As can be seen from these two maps, both the traditional rural area definition of Turkey and the Eurostat-based definition give very close results. Now, after this general overview, I would like to explain our approach on the revitalization. About 100 years ago, when Turkey was a young republic, only 20% of the population lived in cities in Turkey. Today, this ratio has reversed. But on the bright side, migration from rural to urban areas has slowed down considerably. Another point, migration in Turkey no longer from rural areas to big cities such as Istanbul, Ankara, and Izmir, but it mostly happens to the nearest town or city center. This situation makes revitalization of towns a more crucial issue to ensure a balanced development in Turkey. When we look at the districts of Turkey, according to a study conducted by our colleagues in 2019, very few of them are fully urban, just 45 out of 973. If you look at the graph on the left and the map on the right, which is its reflection, the green color on the map denotes the low population and predominantly rural districts. Nearly 74% of Turkey's districts carry out dominantly rural characteristics. In Turkey, the basic public services can be provided mainly in district centers. In other words, towns, and this makes the towns the center of rural life. In this scope, I would like to share with you some good practices in the field of basic infrastructure, mobile services, and development programs that we have carried out for many years. The first of these is, of course, the basic infrastructure. Road network and quality is a must for rural mobility at the countryside. Within the scope of the Villages Infrastructure Support Program, which has been implemented since 2005, the quality of village roads in Turkey has increased to a large extent. Other two examples are related to basic public services, especially in the villages which have become inaccessible due to heavy snowfall in winter. Vehicles such as helicopters and tracked ambulances are employed for emergency health services. Another service area is mobile teaching. Primary and secondary students in villages where there is no school for education are gathered at the schools in the district centers. The transportation services are provided by the state and the students are left to their homes in the evening. The daily nutrition of the students are also covered by the state. Only if a rural settlement has some specific conditions, the education services can be delivered by this way. The evaluation criteria is carried out according to some specific features of these rural areas, such as small and scattered population, geographical features, and road conditions. In the area of social services, I would like to talk about a project aimed at empowering women in rural areas that we have been implementing in southeastern Anatolia part of Turkey. We encourage women to socialize and participate in the workforce by providing training in the multi-purpose community centers. Also, in these centers, services such as childcare for the working woman, sexual health education, and financial literacy education are provided. Another point, our development agencies and development administrations have built libraries and study halls in rural districts, provided that children, youth, and women benefit more. Plus, a number of economic and social development programs, which also include town centers in their scope, are designed, implemented, and monitored by regional development agencies in order to increase employment opportunities and improve social well-being. We have a growth post support program to ensure a more balanced settlement throughout the country and gradually redirect migration within the region. Another program is Youth Employment Program. This program aims to support the personal and social development of young people to increase their employability in regions with high youth unemployment rates. We also have Social Development Program to address the social problems arising from poverty. This program aims to activate local dynamics and respond to the needs of the changing social structure in less developed regions by increasing employability and supporting social inclusion. To sum up, a wide range of specific policy actions are implemented in line with our national strategies in economic, social, and environmental spheres for better lives in rural areas. So far, I have tried to present the rural profile of Turkey with special reference to some of our analytical studies and some services and programs in action in the rural areas that contribute to the revitalization efforts of our towns. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. And there we could see very well the link you make between the towns and the district centers and all the different services and investment we need to foster, better lives in rural areas in general, in the broader region. Next is Iro Timpli from Greece. She's the Director General of Asia Development Agency. She's responsible for the planning, coordination, implementation, and monitoring of co-finance programs such as LEADER and Interreg that are implemented by the agency for the local authorities and for the local stakeholders. She has a degree in political science and public administration and a European business degree in business administration. So what is it like in Greece?
Good morning. It's been a great honor for me to be here today to present my experience and my case study of my area. So we are going to see how now from up to bottom, how bottom up we can revitalizing the area with the approach of LEADER. So So, 15% of the rural population in the EU lives close to cities, often as part of the wider metropolitan area. Cities and their surrounding rural areas are interdependent. Their interests often overlap rural areas, providing them with food, natural resources, green areas, and leisure. Urban areas also, they give essential services such as hospital, transport network, job opportunities, and a market for their products. Many rural areas are locked on a cycle of decline by the following issues: shortage of job and sustainable business activities, inadequate and declined services due to the low development or insufficient maintenance of the infrastructure facilities, desertification, and meaning that a growing number of mainly young people, they leave their areas and they're going to the biggest cities. Human capital and skill recruitments are more often in shorter supply. So, we have to tackle this issue is essential for achieving urban-rural aspect. So, to make small rural towns more attractive and resilient places, action are required to improve the digital and physical accessibility, improve infrastructure facilities and local services, ensure access to affordable housing and jobs, renewing and reactivate redundant buildings, support skills development and training. But the first step for a successful local rural development strategy is to have a clear vision to share about the communities and the leadership. Here is where the leaders come. The leader approach, or how local communities and leaders are supported to formulate a strategy. The leader approach is a methodology for the development of the local strategy based in 7 principles. I'm going to highlight the 2 of them, bottom-up approach and the local partnership. The bottom-up approach means that involvement of the local communities toward the design and the development of the local strategic plan. The bottom-up principle is the core of the leader approach. The local people are the best experts to drive the development of their territories. This bottom-up approach means that the local communities and the local players can help define a common vision for their areas, consist with their needs, expectations, and plans. So, the bottom-up approach encourages a participatory process with the communities, promoter of the ideas and the project, civic and voluntary sector, economic and social interest group, and public institutions and private representatives. So, with this approach, the people who were previously passive beneficiaries of a policy become active partners and drivers of their area's development. An organization with different beginnings and legal strategies, public administration and public sector, they cooperate, set up a replacement that the interests of the development players and communities concerned, establish a strategy and implement the development program. They are the decision-making of their own areas. The players involved are associations of people with a territory dimension, as associations working in the field of culture, environment, social and voluntary groups, public institutions, local authorities, administration, public services, and also economic players of the territory, organization of entrepreneurships, cooperatives, financial sector, enterprises providing community services. How community lead local development? How works this approach? How we can revitalize small rural town centers? Through cooperation. It's very important with the local shareholders to achieve regeneration of the town center and the cultural elements, improving of the public infrastructure and the local services, enhance the broadening of their areas of the territory, protection and promoting, of course, the local environment, and cooperation between territories to exchange knowledge and good practices to gain the results of other areas. Also, it's very important to enhance the entrepreneurships. We should create small jobs in sectors like agri-food, craft production, tourism, and retail. Brings links between this with the small towns and the wide rural area. Improvement of digital access to market and to education. Social media and application from promoting local tourist products and enable direct access to consumer educational courses and workshops also. Support of networking between enterprises, common platforms to order to facilitate exchange of services, products, and knowledge. Let's see a case study of Calabrita. It's a small town in mountains, rural town in Peloponnese, Greece. Mainland population is about 1,600 people, and only 700 is the land area. Distance from the first metropolitan center is about 1 hour, and from the airport it's 2 hours. Distance to the major transportation coordinators is 40 kilometers. This gives a profile of the area. Distinctive and special characteristics of the areas, competitors, advantages, we can say that is specialization infrastructure like a ski center, historical tradition, cultural heritage, and natural environment. What was the initial goal of the local strategy to revitalize this small town and make people come back and live there? Was the enhancement of the tourist product and the extension of the tourist period. So, after the development of the local ski center, the improvement of transportation infrastructure, the creation of new accommodation units and other tourist services, renovation of the city center, community beautification projects, new services for the inhabitants, quality life, social services, athletic, leisure, for everyday improving their lives. Also, creation of a new alternative forms of tourism, ecotourism, agrotourism, mountain and river activities. Exploiting the potential of the natural heritage like UNESCO Geopark in this area. Creation and significant thematic routes and linkages between tourism and other local producers. Encourage of the quality standard adoption and cooperation between different sectors. Enhance of the local historical and cultural heritage. Organizes festival, restoration, and museum. What we have achieved so far. We have strengthened the local economy with creation of new jobs, reverse of the rural-urban migration, many young people, they return to this area, diversification of the local tourist product, new forms of income, redesign quality of the improvement, increase areas of attractiveness, and establish as the area as a significant tourist destination. So we can say that from a remote rural village, now we have all year round attractive destination. So, using the comparative advantage of the local economy to enhance competitiveness, extroversion, and growth and employment in terms of environmental sustainability and social justice, we can say that we can make and use the vision of the territory to a place and to turn this to a place where you can live. Opportunities are there. Let's make them visible. Let's help communities to take the future to their hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This was very inspiring to see also the concrete example and what you say about, we need to start from a vision first, and that's what we see also in a lot of projects around smart villages, for example, that you need to come up with a vision first. So thanks a lot. Next is Daniela Stotti, who's a senior researcher at the Council for Agricultural Research and Economics, CREA. She's an Italian delegate of the OECD Rural Working Party and a member of the National Interministerial Committee that ensures the governance of the National Strategy for Inner Areas, a very important strategy in Italy. And this strategy is a place-based policy to stop population decrease in small municipalities and mountain areas. So, Daniela, you will tell us how you approach this rural town revitalization in Italy. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful for this opportunity to be here today and share my experience. I will talk today about the role of social innovation in the cultural revitalization of small towns in remote rural areas, and also a little bit about what policy can do to help this process of innovation. What I will talk about is something I learned mainly carrying out research action project and supporting local development policy implementation in remote rural areas with the National Rural Network, the Italian National Rural Network, in partnership also with third sector associations such as Revitalizing Italia. So today I will try to give you some, I mean, what I learned in this, by doing all this research in the territory. So I will try to focus on what are, in my opinion, the main point to keep in mind when we talk and we work. We try to revitalize town center. So social innovation is a very important point to start. But what we mean by social innovation? Social innovation is a transformative action supported by change makers to create communities that are more ecologically sound and socially just. In substance, we are we're talking about a new paradigm, a new way to think about the place you live. It's not just something that is, is very important. We understand this because it's something that is going to change the way you think about employment, economy. So it's important we keep in mind this. In many cases, this innovative experience relate to pastoralism and agriculture and involve increasingly young people. But agriculture in this experience is seen as a cultural process. It's not just economy. So this is an important point. And the ambition is to think about rurality in a logic of protagonism supported by cultural differentiation. So the culture is the center of this social innovation process. There is, is the content of the innovation we're talking about. We talk about something that, the culture is the way to people feel to belong to a place. So cultural process are a central point in this innovation process. While social innovation is crucial to revitalizing town centers, because it's necessary to create welcoming and attractive community, but first of all, it's important to improve participation in community change, to create a sense of belonging and overcoming the sense of disorientation that many times, that often leads many people, young people especially, to leave small towns. And also is a way to recapture the relation with the food production process, with the land, with the community and with the ecosystem. So this is a very important point. So it's a way to, it's like a revolution. It's not just to change something small, but the social innovation we're talking about, we encountered in the territory in our research activities, is something that is changed, changed radically the way we talk, we see our community, and help people living there to reconnect. That's important, because sometimes we look at models that are outside our, our context. And the main areas of innovation in Italy, at least, relate to the relation between producers and ecosystem, the action of local network, the centrality assumed by the recovery of traditional practices in agriculture. This is very central in many of the innovative experience in the territory, and the diffusion also of new sales models. In these experiences, here I put two examples we encountered in our work. In these experiences that are Terra di Resilienza and Rural Lab WhatsApp, in these experiences the drive to cooperate is rooted in a new model of sociality and foreshadows a true cultural revolution. So we need new key to interpret this process, I believe. So for change makers, agriculture is not just economic sector. To work in agriculture means supporting this social and community context in a cultural matrix of innovation. Is like to participate in an innovative way to the life and to the change of your community. The experience that innovation are activating are moving along the relation with soil, with the relation with the community, the relation with the ecosystem. But we encounter this experience, but what we as a policymaker and as policy practitioners, our objective is to support policy to improve. So we need to ask ourselves what these change makers need and what policy can do to help this process. So what we find out is that the change makers need, places to compare and share operational practice, to share knowledge. They also find difficulty in assessing training and assistance consistent with their needs. So these are many very important points, and are also points that we can impact with policies. In fact, what policy can do to improve, to support this process at local level is, the first thing is to invest on young people project, but also support innovation process with multi-sectoral policy action, and build a new approach to public policy based on the adoption of practice of co-planning between public administration, local actors, and third sector to define project and strategies. The point is that you need to help community to reconnect and to choose their own path. And we have this kind of policies in Italy with the inner area strategies that is a method working on process to trigger innovation in rural territories, working with community, so they can decide what's the focus of their strategies, what are the thing they identified with. Like in many places in Italy, we found out working with inner area strategies that people, they connect, they think that, agricultural production, identitary production are the center from which they want to start, but is a cultural center, not only an economic process. They see in this like their identity. And with inner area strategies, we worked on this. Another way is to work on demonstrative action. We do this with the National Rural Network in Italy. When we feel that the policy making is just not changing
ain't doing any of this until we get the mics.
No, but I want to get people to take their seats and move in.
He's in now, that's all.
This is this lady as well. Yeah. That's nice. Taoiseach, I take this here. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Can I ask people to take their seats? Is that okay? Can I ask you to take your seats, please? And I just ask you to take your seats.
Excuse me, everybody. Please, if I ask you kindly to take your seats as quickly as possible. The Taoiseach will be entering the room in a moment. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask you just to take your seats, please. It's my tremendous pleasure now to welcome Taoiseach Micheál Martin TD to address the conference. Taoiseach, the floor is yours.
Deputy Secretary of the OECD, Yoshiki, and Director of the Centre for Entrepreneurship, Lamia, Minister Heather Humphreys, and Minister Joe O'Brien. Good afternoon to you all, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here today for the opportunity to address this esteemed gathering. And I want to pay tribute and to thank the Minister and her team at the Department of Rural Community Development for hosting and for putting a lot of the logistical organisation into this event, which has gone very well so far. The Irish Government is delighted to host this significant event for the first time. It's an important demonstration of Ireland's strong commitment to the OECD. Agus cuireann fáilte mhór roimh go léir go hÉirdean, agus tá sulagam go bhfuil sé buin tainmh as timpeallacht áling chunta an Chabháin. Tá sulagam go bhfaigh sibh deis tuile den tíoráling seo eicáil a lingmhór gorta. For those who haven't been immersed in the Gaelic language, I've just welcomed you to Ireland, to this beautiful hinterland of Cavan, and I hope and trust that you get the opportunity to visit other parts of the country in this region over the coming days. I'm joining you on your second day of a very full programme of events. I expect that you've had productive discussions. You've explored opportunities for rural development closer to home and right across the world. And of course, the key issue being that we learn from each other's experiences, we identify best practice and adopt best practice then in our own situation. Now, as a founding member in 1961, Ireland's role in the story of the OECD is a reflection of our early and lasting commitment to multilateralism and to overcoming common and global challenges as a community of nations. That is the esprit de corps of Ireland since the foundation of our state, and we are 100 years old this year as one of the longest unbroken democracies, and key to that has been a commitment to multilateralism as reflected in our membership of the OECD, European Union, United Nations and other global organisations. The OECD's standing as a globally open and evidence-driven forum which engages from national to local levels of government is more vital than ever as we confront increasing challenges to the international rules-based system. It is important that the OECD remains an open and globally relevant organisation, and Ireland welcomes the recent decision to commence accession discussions with 5 countries in Europe and in Latin America. Today, I would like to reflect on the theme of the conference, building sustainable, resilient and thriving rural places, and what I believe this means for Ireland and the world in 2022 and beyond. The history of Ireland has made us acutely aware of the importance of rural life and rural places to the overall well-being and outlook of a nation. Enabling rural areas to thrive and reach their full potential unlocks wider benefits across the entire country. Of course, even as I speak of rural life and rural places, I am aware that one of the characteristics of rural areas is their lack of homogeneity. There is no single rural experience. Every town, every village and community have different challenges, different characteristics, different needs and different opportunities. There are long-held narratives about rural areas which focus on a sense of decline or reduction. The last few years, however, have clearly challenged those narratives. And I believe we must move away from discussions on rural development which are characterised by sympathy and solidarity towards those defined by optimism and opportunity. We must move past the idea that rural areas are only seen through the prism of the challenges they face and instead focus on practical and meaningful support for communities to capitalise on the wealth of opportunities available to them. Another common narrative suggests that supporting rural or urban areas is a binary proposition. And this is, of course, not the case. Here in Ireland, urban and rural communities are intertwined across how we work, live and connect, be it through economic supply chains, tourism, the food we consume, cultural activities and familial connection. These interconnections are only increasing as we see our rural communities react and evolve to an ever-changing and increasingly complex world. As we gather here today, there is no escaping the fact that the global system is now experiencing significant challenges following the illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine. As I've said many times, Ireland remains resolute in its solidarity and support for Ukraine and its people. Since March, almost 50,000 people have arrived in Ireland after fleeing Ukraine. And the Irish government is providing a range of supports to those who fled the war. And these supports include accommodation across a range of settings around the country. Community response forums in every local authority area are coordinating the community-led response in the provision of assistance and support to Ukrainian refugees as they are accommodated around the country. And I'm keenly aware that families, communities, towns, villages and cities across the length and breadth of the country continue to play a key role in welcoming our Ukrainian neighbours in a time of personal and international crisis. The practical support and clear commitment shows the direct contribution of rural areas in the face of a global challenge and shows the best, in particular, of rural Ireland. While the war sadly continues, hope for the future remains. Ukraine secured the remarkable achievement of EU candidate status on the 23rd of June, a process that we enthusiastically endorsed and supported. I know the Ukrainian government has a high degree of ambition on its European path, and Minister Wysocki's address to you all this morning highlights the importance of maintaining our support throughout this time of crisis. And we look forward to playing our part, together with Ukraine and international partners, to help deliver a safe, prosperous and sustainable future for the people of Ukraine within the European Union. We also know that the impact that the war and the current global economy is having on people across the country and the world. Unprecedented price rises for gas and electricity will have a broad impact across households and businesses and will continue to mean that energy is a big driver of rising costs across the economy and society. These energy increases are having the biggest impact on households with lower incomes. They are trying to cope with other costs of living pressures while an ever-increasing proportion of their income is spent on their energy needs. The Irish Government is keenly aware of the growing pressures that families and businesses are under. We have heard the calls to address the rise in the cost of living, and we want to alleviate the very real challenges that people are facing. Budget 2023, which we published earlier this week, was a cost of living budget and showed our commitment to mitigating the impact of these costs on families and businesses across the country, and particularly in rural Ireland. This included a package of once-off measures worth 4.1 billion, alongside a package of normal budgetary measures worth 6.9 billion. Russia's brutal war in Ukraine and the collective European response to it also demonstrates the critical need to make urgent progress on the move away from fossil fuels. As we recover from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and deal with the impacts of the ongoing energy and food security crisis, all OECD member states are grappling with the existential crisis of our era, the transition to a climate-neutral society, which has particular implications for life in rural areas. It cannot have escaped any of our attention that the very real impacts of climate change are manifesting themselves more starkly across the planet. This summer alone, we have witnessed record temperatures, wildfires, calamitous floods, and prolonged droughts. The increasing frequency and severity of such events are further evidence, if such were needed, of the rapid destabilization of climatic cycles that have sustained our civilizations for millennia, again having very significant implications for rural life. The nature of the climate challenge is unlike others that we have faced. It is far more complex and requires a fundamental rethinking of how we work, how we travel, use our land and source our energy, again with major implications for rural life. Successfully addressing the challenge, sufficiently reducing our emissions, and adapting to the climate change that is now unavoidable cuts to the core of how we have constructed our economies and societies over the past 2 centuries. Here in Ireland, our programme for government sets out a strong framework for climate action and places it at the heart of all our work. We have enacted a new legal framework that sets binding emissions reduction targets and provides the legislative tools to achieve the ambitious targets we have set in law. We have adopted a carbon budget programme earlier this year and recently reached agreement on sectoral emission ceilings for the electricity, transport, buildings, industry and agriculture sectors, delivering on a key programme for government commitment. The ceilings set maximum limits on greenhouse gas emissions for each of these sectors to the end of the decade to ensure they remain within the legally binding carbon budgets. And while openly acknowledging that achieving these targets will be very challenging, the carbon budgets and sectoral emissions ceilings are essential steps in meeting them. No household, no business, no community, be it urban or rural, no geography or sector can be unaffected by this shared, all-encompassing but necessary transition. Rural and urban regions alike will need to play their part. And however, I am confident that as we take this journey together, those targets can be achieved. Of course, the government recognises that as we work towards carbon neutrality, it is vital that we ensure that nobody is left behind and that a just transition pathway be found, one which delivers alternative job opportunities to those most affected, and particularly in industries or areas where traditional practices have to be discarded. The government established a National Just Transition Fund in 2020, which will support initially Ireland's wider Midlands region to address the impact of the transition out of peat for electricity generation. This fund is supporting innovative projects and employment that contribute to the economic, social and environmental sustainability of the wider Midlands region, just south of where we are now. Supporting inclusion in rural areas will be key in the face of these transitions. Inclusive and sustainable economic growth alongside social cohesion in rural regions must be a priority. Over the last few years, we have seen our rural communities become more diverse through immigration and a reimagining of how we live and work through technological advances. And this has brought energy, enthusiasm and to innovation into rural communities. And that has been manifested in Minister Humphrey's initiative around innovation hubs, for example, with dramatic progress made in 2 years, about 210, and a target of 400 by 2025 being very much on target. Maintaining this momentum of movement and resulting diversity into rural areas is not a hardship or a charitable act. It's a privilege and a duty so that we can ensure that rural places can thrive for generations to come. Ensuring the long-term vitality of our rural places requires us to acknowledge and amplify the voice and contribution of women, youth, older people, ethnic minorities, members of the LGBTI+ community and other groups who call our rural communities home. It is government's role to provide the environment in which all this can happen. Developing new ways to understand and measure progress in all areas of the country in a holistic way has also been a priority for this government and my department in particular. The Wellbeing Framework is a programme for government commitment to measure how we are doing overall as a country and to improve our understanding of quality of life in Ireland. And it does this by bringing economic, societal and environmental impacts together under one framework. Importantly, it places a particular focus on equality and sustaining well-being into the future. This new framework is now featuring in our budgetary process. Over time, embedding this framework in our policy-making system will improve the impact of public policy on people's lives. Inclusion is at the heart of this approach, facilitating all of our people to live fulfilling and meaningful lives with dignity. It really is in tandem with the late Bobby Kennedy's renowned speech on what GDP measures, or rather what it does not measure. Bobby Kennedy said that GDP measures everything but that which makes life worthwhile. And our well-being framework is about addressing that issue in terms of measuring more comprehensively and holistically what life in Ireland needs to be about and the quality of that life. This approach to measuring the impact of public policy on the well-being of individuals and communities will, of course, be particularly relevant to our rural communities, because we want to see communities on the ground enabled and empowered to build their own capacity to achieve progress by identifying their own priorities and the responses to them. And we know that there is a need to involve our communities and ensure that not only are their voices heard, but that they're supported to lead change. And this is a point that the Deputy General Secretary just made to us in our discussions earlier before the speaking session commenced. For this reason, our rural future, Ireland's National Rural Development Policy, is informed by extensive consultation with people right across rural Ireland. It offers a new approach to rural development policy for Ireland and adopts a more strategic, ambitious and holistic approach to investing in and maximising opportunities for rural areas. It crosses issues such as economic growth, education, transport, healthcare and well-being, planning and the environment. Under our National Development Plan, a total of close to €1 billion has been committed to investing in rural and community development projects to 2025. And this increased funding signals our government's commitment to ensuring strong implementation of our rural future to reach its potential to be transformative for rural areas. Last year also, as a part of our National Development Plan, we set out an unprecedented commitment of €3.5 billion for all island investment out to 2030, including at least €1 billion from the government's Shared Island Fund. The Shared Island Initiative aims to harness the full potential of the Good Friday Agreement, which is the bedrock of our peace process and political and community relations on this island. Rural communities have always been connected in our border regions, and we need to exploit this to realise the potential of these areas. And through the Shared Island Initiative, we have particularly focused on cross-border rural areas on the island, and particularly encouraging from various local partnerships, local councils, applications and projects and ideas to develop enterprise, education, health and a range of other initiatives. Because working through all island partnerships, we're working to invest in communities for a more connected, sustainable, prosperous island for all, and that includes enabling rural and community development on a shared island. And later today in Cavan, I'll be announcing the outcome of a €5 million project, which involves local authorities combining north-south on specific ideas and proposals to enable them to bring the projects to project stage. And that's an example of what we've spoken about earlier in terms of empowering local communities, in this case through the local authorities, to develop projects from the ground up that can be of benefit to rural Ireland. With the resources and talent available in rural areas, our rural communities and economies can play a pivotal role in shaping our collective future. The changing nature of how we live and work and the interdependence between urban and rural areas highlights how our national well-being depends on the strength and resilience of our rural places. Working together will be fundamental to overcoming the many global challenges we are facing. The Cavan OECD roadmap that you will be launching today is a unique opportunity to shape in a very real way the work programme of the OECD on rural development. Its drive to support countries to tackle today's challenging environment is an important piece of work and will directly support the efforts of all member states. The discussions that have already taken place at this conference demonstrate the depth of ambition, enthusiasm and indeed pride that we all hold for our rural areas. It highlights what can be achieved through and for rural communities to deliver a more sustainable society, economy, environment and a brighter future for us all. I once again want to thank you all for visiting us here in Ireland, and particularly to this location. I wish you a very enjoyable stay, and I hope that the discussions here will further promote international cooperation and, above all, evidence-based innovations to advance the centrality of rural communities to sustainable development across the world. Thank you very much indeed. Gorv Mila Mahagov Galer.
Taoiseach, on behalf of all of the distinguished guests, ministers and delegates, I want to sincerely thank you for your time and for your kind words. I would just mention to colleagues that the Taoiseach has other engagements now, so you'll please excuse him. I will escort him off the stage and I'll be back to choose the next session in one moment. But if you could please put your hands together to thank the Taoiseach once more for his time. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll actually take a short 5-minute break, if that's all right, in order to clear the room. So you can use it as a comfort break, stretch your legs. 5 minutes, we'll be back. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. If I could ask you please to take your seats. Our next session is a very important one. Of course, all of them are very important, but this is particularly important because it deals with how to build stronger local partners, bringing new stakeholders and partners to the table to amplify the rural voice in policies and strategies. We have a distinguished panel of speakers, and our moderator for the session is Enrique Gasteazzo from the OECD. And I will hand the floor directly to Enrique. And after this session, just for clarity, Minister of State Joe O'Brien will address the plenary at that point. So I will hand the floor now to Enrique. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And I agree, it's a very important session for us. Just a couple, before I start with the actual session itself, a couple of organizational matters. We'll have a change, so at the end we'll have some remarks by the Minister. And then the running of the session is we have here with us 5 panelists. Each of them are going to present, and then we'll open up for Q&A. So there are some microphones at the end, and we'll do that sequence. Today's session and throughout yesterday, we've been discussing a lot about topics of social inclusion. We had some discussions around how to empower the youth, how to reduce the gender gap, how to revitalize some of the town centers. And in fact, a lot of our discussions also with the ministers, there was a big call to try to promote more of these bottom-up processes. You know, rural policies tend to be very much top-down from national governments, but it's also very, very important to promote some of these bottom-up engagement with the different stakeholders. So that's why we're here today, to learn about how we can do it more effectively, how we can create associations, how we can engage better with some of these groups that I mentioned. Also, I think it's important to mention some of the social associations to promote social innovation and inclusion, to also think about the role of gender, we heard before, not just as a caregiver, but also as an important society for the rural economy, thinking about entrepreneurship, inclusion, these sorts of elements. In some OECD countries, is also access to land is an important. Indigenous communities is also something that we like to think within the OECD as being part of it. So without further ado, we'll go ahead with the first speaker to join us at the podium. So we have Tom Jones from the European Rural Community Alliance. Please, Tom, the floor is yours.
Wel, prynhawn da, bawb. Mae'n braf iawn bod yma yn Cafan yn yr Iwerddon. And there speaks one Celtic language in the home of another Celtic language. My theme is from Jigsaw to the European Rural Parliament. And Jigsaw, as you see on the screen there, and there's a reference here, was a community project in Wales, which I chaired some 30 years ago, bringing people within villages and communities together to help them identify their priorities and then to try to align public bodies who had access to funds and policy support to work with and act upon what was provided. So that was done, as I say, 30 years ago, and then the European Rural Parliament, which I will speak about later on, is something much more recent than that. So both of them, I would say, are a mosaic and an orchestra of rural passion and creative representation. When citizens and their rural representative organizations are asked about their priorities and needs, you get the frustrated demand for better public services, schools, health, social care, affordable housing, better transport, digital access, etc. But they also emphasize governance, citing a lack of local control over decisions and finances that would help them help themselves. They believe rightly that historically, at least, resources were allocated often on a per head basis, which discriminates against remote and scarcely populated rural areas. The number of electoral votes, dare I say, also influences decisions, policy decisions that are tailored for the majority for densely populated areas, and that tailor-made rural policies other than agriculture and environmental are rare and often an afterthought. There is an ongoing issue of rural versus urban, often based on a lack of understanding and empathy and silo tower decision-making. We welcome, of course, within the European Union, the Commission's long-term vision for rural areas and its action plan, including the Pact and the commitment to rural proofing, a one-stop shop for information, and an observatory for specific rural data, though I would suggest that the observatory should include rural stakeholders in determining research priorities in the interest of genuine partnership working. But realistically, at a national and regional level, there is a very long way to go in shifting political attitudes and in stimulating tailor-made answers to suitable delivery of public and private services. The current legislation by a regional Spanish government to proactively intervene through taxation and housing relocation benefits is an exception, while the Commission's ongoing support for LEADER and smart villages is another. CLLD, Community-Led Local Development, is a great title and concept which in some areas is making a real difference, but it is not universally accepted. It sometimes lacks proper business participation, although Eamon O'Reilly very clearly demonstrated this morning that the CLLD project in Dingle does include a very strong business representation, and we need more of that. But as I say, CLLD often lacks proper business participation and also doesn't always manage to include all members of a community and maintain their participation despite some honest efforts. That's why capacity resourcing of local actors is a long-term necessity and a worthwhile investment. The better involvement of business is a challenge that requires radical thinking in terms of capacity. Small businesses, in particular, find it difficult to participate, although the pandemic has introduced Zoom and Teams interaction, which can help speed up the transfer of knowledge and reduce travel costs and time away from work or caring duties. Proper integration teaches people to talk and listen, and search for common ground around sometimes conflicting ambitions for modern rural enterprise, leisure, environmental and cultural activities. Equally, reaching out beyond the comfort zones of friends and like-minded citizens to include marginalised residents, minorities and even the new rural needs intensive collective action from NGOs and public representatives, funders and enablers. Otherwise, we cannot claim to be inclusive and will never be truly sustainable as communities. The voice of silence has to be heard. It has to be heard and listened to and acted upon so that improvements to people's lives is linked tangibly and intangibly to an interactive process between policymakers, deliverers and beneficiaries. However, the most fundamental ongoing challenge is to activate and facilitate local community action in all communities and to create a better partnership framework of accountability between elected democratic institutions and those campaigning, creating and delivering ideas and solutions through processes of participative democracy. Some 20 years ago, I was privileged in Wales to jointly sign a partnership agreement with the Welsh Government on behalf of the voluntary sector. This agreement established a joint pact on work arrangements to be overseen by a statutory partnership council consisting of assembly members, elected members, and groupings of different voluntary organisations. This partnership is still effective today and is embedded in the constitution of the Welsh Parliament. They provide, similar arrangements are in place in other European countries. They provide a transparent exchange of views and build trust between politicians and voluntary employee and business representatives. They importantly also send a signal for the need to deliver partnership working at local levels on a sustainable basis. National or international partnership agreements are worthless unless they are reciprocated and can deliver better at the local level. For that to be enduring, the voluntary sector needs to have a strong, united structure, from the small grassroots organisations through to national and international organisations such as ERCA, ELAD and PREPARE, with effective reporting and, importantly, with a strong measure of loyalty and solidarity for when the going gets tough. Thankfully, rural Europe, not just within the EU, does have a developing representative structure headed by the European Rural Parliament. The 5th ERP was held recently in Kielce, Poland, with some 350 delegates from 39 European states and regions. This gathering sought to corral the structured views, concerns and objectives of rural parliaments from within member countries and regions and create a declaration, an action plan and a manifesto of constructive proposals to brief and seek adoption by governments at all levels. This better together architecture is a remarkable platform of sincere aspirations and shared expertise and knowledge, and this time nearly a third of the attendees were young people. This is how to strengthen the rural voice so that all Europe can be heard. I mentioned that my paper's title today was From Jigsaw to the ERP, where the ERP was at one point of the triangle and Jigsaw was a project that I chaired in Wales some 30 years ago to enable villages and small towns to come together to identify through appraisals their priorities. The idea was first introduced by Acre in England and included academic researchers at Aberystwyth University to process and help analyse the questionnaires. In its first 5 years, 179 village appraisals were undertaken, and many of you by now will be aware of similar parallel methods. However, in practice, there is still a real difference between statutory accountability and delegated responsibility. If we are to create a real partnership between public service and voluntary and business, then there has to be a new look at accountability and shared responsibilities. Consultation with stakeholders has improved greatly, though there is still some balancing to be done between the collective views of civil society organisations, lobby groups and citizen panels. This was one of the challenges of the recent conference on the future of Europe. But because of statutory accountability, decisions are protected by politicians, leaving stakeholders and the public frustrated. True partnership is not based on the one hand the holder of taxpayer purse strings and on the other citizens and NGOs delivering within their limited resources alongside public and private contractors. Policies have to be fully co-created and fully co-delivered based on mutual trust and respect. The proviso is that there has to be an equitable balance of resources and recognition of each other's expertise and assets. My colleague in ERCA, Ben van Essen, is seeking to develop principles of governance for village pacts in the Netherlands as a contribution to the European Commission's pact. For example, in rural-urban partnerships of territorial space-based decision-making, you have to ensure that the weaker rural partner has the resource capacity to work equally in any partnership, or risk being steamrolled and fatigued into being the bridesmaid in an unsustainable relationship. We are short of pilot studies and platforms of good practice. So what have we learned from the existing community action? One, a sense of community doesn't initially belong to everyone. Two, sometimes it takes an emergency or a loss of public service or even private business to galvanize people into community action. Three, that an emergency call to arms has to be successful. And for that to happen, you need strong leadership, an inclusive leadership, full buy-in from local and regional authorities, and importantly, independent sources of funding, such as foundations, the lottery, crowdfunding, alongside politically funded continued facilitators. 4, piloting to learn from success and failure is valuable and needs investment. 5, community enablers funded by long-term public grants act as catalysts and protectors of governance, but must not dominate the evolving confidence of local communities. 6, young people have not been fully and properly encouraged to participate and need some element of positive intervention, such as ensuring that at least a third of community representatives are young people. Proper mentoring across generations should be in place, as was discussed at the last OECD conference in Seoul in 2019 by my friend Jane Craigie, who I'm sure is probably here. 7, social enterprises and other community action suffers if it does not have buy-in from local and regional elected representatives. 8, more effort is needed to involve all residents in contributing their talents and action. 9, rural areas have key roles to play in environment, as we've heard from the Taoiseach today, renewable energy and cultural promotion, turning ordinary cultural and other assets into the extraordinary and exploiting the new digital revolution as it arrives is the key to revitalizing many rural areas. This is the real smart. 10, new rural has to be plural. The increasing attractiveness of peri-urban rural brings potential, added expertise to be harnessed, but it also needs proper conflict resolution processes based on shared learning to ensure harmony. At a pan-European level, we are learning that different solutions are required between the peri-urban and the remote, and that following the pandemic and energy crisis, there are some signs of faster outward movement of people. This provides new opportunities for rural areas, but are also potential conflict when farming smells. That is why I believe a new charter of rural-urban rights and responsibilities which educates and informs all citizens across the generations and informs the generation about how to understand and respect the interdependency of rural and urban people and the fragility of the environment. There's a leaflet here which the European Economic and Social Committee, which I used to be a member, and Seamus will speak on as president. It's a little passport document which gives you as a citizen your rights within the European Union. But we do need to actually have what I believe is a charter of rights and responsibilities for both urban and rural people, and for that to be taught in schools and in other public places so that we do understand each other's position. And that's why, as I say, we need to respect the interdependency of rural and urban people and the fragility of the environment, which provides not only their food and leisure, but also all our future existence. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tom Jones. I think the remarks of all members of the community is a key issue, especially for rural communities that lack these agglomeration effects. So it's really important that we mobilize all the members. I think that was very important. It's good to see your 10 recommendations that you gave us today. You also mentioned the leader, which takes us to the second speaker. The leader has been within the EU family for quite some time, an integral part of rural development. And we have the president with us today, so maybe Marianne Eckert, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here today. I think it is great that we have the possibility for civil society to be here on stage actually as well. My name is Marian Eckert, and I am the president of the European Leader Association for Rural Development. We are an organization that gather more than 2,500 local action groups from 29 European countries. And I will tell you a little bit about the leader methodology and community-led local development, because not everybody heard of it, because not everybody lives in Europe that are here today. And I want to say that even if we've talked about challenges and solutions, challenges today, I think leader and community-led local development is one of the solutions. I've heard it mentioned many times in the workshops during the days, and I'm really happy about it. And yeah. What is it? Leader and community-led local development, that is the only EU-wide participative development method at local regional level. It combines technical and social innovation with local knowledge. We promote technological solutions, tolerance, and talent. And there are 7 different principles within the leader methodology. One is the local action group, very important, we'll come back to that. Another one is that we do the integrated local development strategy. And the idea behind it is that it is the local actors that together make a strategy that fits for their area. And it is kind of that the local needs and possibilities, they meet the top-down and global challenges, and that is why it's so important to have the community-led local development, which means that we have the possibility for the funding throughout the full spectra of global challenges that we have, so that the communities can answer to that, and that it's not only from the agricultural fund, for example, in Europe case. The leader methodology has been working now for actually 31 years. Last year we had 30 years anniversary, and the leader methodology fulfill specific functions. And one of them is the democracy and educational policy function, because we enhance democratization because it is the groups affected from the problem on the local level that come together and find a solution and then implement the solution. We generate ideas and use the experience of local people, and that is actually participatory democracy. For example, my local action group, I forgot to say that I'm also a Swedish lag manager in southwestern Sweden. In my local action group, we have been working now for 12 years, and we are very successful and have gotten a status to be respected agent or actor in the area. And when our regional government is making new plans, we are often the referral body to put the rural lens on what policy is being made in the region. And also the local action group. It is actually a group of public, private, and voluntary actors that are active in the area. And this is also how you can bring new stakeholders to the table and develop new ideas together. Because not everybody wants to be at the decision table. Therefore, it's also good that the local action groups, they have public funding that they can use to implement their own projects, or they can also make calls for other people to make projects, because not everybody wants to sit, and be strategic. Some people just want to do business network or make integration with newly arrived refugees, or develop their bakery or stuff like that. And that is then also how we involve even more stakeholders in the development of our own area. And that is, of course, only possible if it fits in the local development strategy. But if it does, then let all flowers bloom. What else do the local action groups do? We are active in the crisis and transformation management. We saw that in Sweden, and I think in Germany and Austria, Finland, especially when the Syrian refugee crisis started. The local action groups were very quickly moving and on the front lines on the integration work. We saw it also in the pandemic, that the local action groups around Europe were active in helping regarding to the local needs in their specific areas. Some were like organizing volunteers, others were helping out in the homeschooling, others were delivering food packages. So it was all kinds of stuff, or many were doing these support your local projects. And also local action groups play a major role in transforming to greener energy sources in some areas. Then we have the social capital and European political function. Local action groups create jobs, high quality jobs in rural areas, because we have a vast range of projects. It can be destination development, it could be, like I said before, business networks, a lot of things, or startup places where we also create jobs where people that are new in the area or already living there can find interesting jobs. We do a lot of different projects around that, and also social inclusion is important, because the local action groups have it as a task to involve groups that normally don't get heard. I think that many local action groups are working with social fund, and I've heard very good examples here in Ireland, how they're working with groups that need more help. And also, of course, we are a family of 2,800 local action groups that can make transnational projects and make Europe smaller and bring us closer together, which is really wonderful. We have also local action group networks on regional level, on national level, and even now on international level in ELARD. And together we amplify the voice of rural Europe, also together with our colleagues. But you can see on ELARD's homepage, for example, if you're interested in what we're trying to put out there from rural societies. We have a lot of positions. We did, for example, a survey in 2000, in year 2020, where we got answers from more than 2,500 people from more than 20 different countries about what future they wish in the rural area. And this we could then feed into the long-term vision on rural areas that Europe has now. And also we have fed it into the Conference of the Future of Europe. And now ELARD is active also in the Rural Pact, and we are very much looking forward to make reality out of the long-term vision together with other stakeholders. But we are also very active together with ERCA and Prepare in the European Rural Parliament, like Tom just said. And we had a declaration, or we had a meeting, we have a biannual meetings. It's the 5th gathering took place in Kielce just a couple of weeks ago. And we had 400 participants from 39 European countries at the spot. And we had this declaration that we made. And I think that this declaration is really exciting, because it kind of, we will of course also do a manifesto where we will have a little bit more time and talk to all our partners about what is in it. But in this declaration, we have some new points that I'm very intrigued about. First, it's about that we are prepared for conflict, we take responsibility for natural environment and also for the energy problem. But I think that the game changer is the ninth point, that is, I will read it. Finally, we cannot continue the economic paradigm of unlimited growth, which brought us to the fragile situation we are in today. We all need to accelerate the process to reach an economic system that lies beyond growth towards a sustainable development model. And I think that's a pretty strong statement coming from rural civil society, because as I heard before that the GDP measures everything that's important. I'm not so sure about it. I think civil society is questioning now this model of economic growth that has served us well, don't get me wrong. I think we are all agreeing on it, but it is a fragile situation, and I guess we all realize that this cannot go on forever, and we're really feeling it now, and now we start to need to start talking about what is next and where are we heading to next. So, if you, I was briefed that I was supposed to talk a little bit about why it's important to involve new stakeholders, and I think that is the same answer to why it's important to use a leader, CLLD, because why should we invent the wheel new? I think leader and CLLD, of course, because I'm working with it, is a great methodology, and if you do the full application of leader, it enhances the social capital, it improves the local governance, and it enhances the project results compared to non-leader delivery. And I don't know if Ivona is in here, because I took her slides a little bit from this, because what is improvement of social capital? It's very easy to, it sounds like very fluffy words, I think. But for example, if we have 2,800 local action groups around Europe working with rural development, and in each local action group we involve so many people and volunteers to work for rural development, which means that we have tens of thousands of public and private socio-economic actors in all parts of Europe engaged. We bring, like I said before, Europe closer to the citizens. And then we also bring links, norms, and relations between people, which makes it more possible to take risks and make innovations. And then also, especially now in hard times, I think it is so important to have a strong social capital on a local level, because then we can have joint responses, collective learning, networking, and resilience. And also it's important for the EU to invest in. It's important for the people to see that the European Union is investing in them. There is better local governance. This also means that we have more and diverse partners included in the decision making. We include young, women, and less favored groups. The transparency and also that of the decisions is also good with the local action groups, and the accessibility of the European funds, because what is not being really counted when you look at the local action groups is that many of the actors that are applying for projects with us, they would not apply anywhere else. It's only possible because there is a local action group office at that area that can help them. And yeah, so those are the things. I will not go into this now because it's too little time, but if you are from a country or a region that has not implemented LEADER or community-led local development, I think I wanted to give you a couple of tips, and that is, you need to follow the method constantly and as a package. There are 7 principles, you need to follow them all. I will tell you if you're interested about it, you just contact me, or the European Commission, they know also about the 7 principles. We should focus on specific challenges and adapt to the local circumstances, and design rules that make it possible to use the methodology. You should not use a leader where it doesn't add value, like for buying tractors. You should use it for human processes. That is where leader is really strong, when you need to gather many people around the table. Stay inclusive and creative, and show that leader works, and evaluate and adjust where needed. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marion, and thank you for reminding us to go beyond GDP and to focus on individuals. And that's something within the OECD we've been trying to put a lot of emphasis on, whether we're improving the well-being of citizens. I think that's very important to always keep that in mind. Very interesting 7 principles, and very interesting to know 30 years of leader, so it's kind of a continuation, and from 30 years we go to a woman that has 30 years of experience working with business and enterprises, which is our 3rd speaker, Jackie Britton. She's the CEO of GrowBiz. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Enrique. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. I want to look at the whole question of building better partnerships from the perspective of a smallish organisation. GrowBiz is a specialist rural enterprise support organisation. We were established 15 years ago by a group of local people in a part of Perthshire in the middle of Scotland. And over the years we've developed and we now support rural businesses, social enterprises and community bodies right across Scotland. So we've had to engage in lots of partnership working, some more successful than others. And we've had to learn to collaborate and to try and help other people to collaborate. So I just want to say something around some of these sort of partnerships that we've worked with. But first of all, just quickly, this is how we operate, how we provide our services. We have a suite of services that we hope provides a really tailored support to anybody, whether they're at an early stage of idea development or they've got an existing business that they want support with. As you can imagine, at the moment, we're extremely busy, and sadly, we're very busy with businesses in crisis. But this is very much a relationship model, and this is where the whole value of building relationships and the need to build good relationships to have effective partnerships comes into its own. So that suite of one-to-one peer support, mentoring, networking, all enables good partnerships to develop. And we have a REDS programme, which is a Rural Enterprise Directory, and that's growing into a network. It's currently around 300 businesses across Scotland who have chosen to be on this directory, and we're hoping to continue to grow that. But we do all this through a set of values and principles that are extremely important to us. And I've come to realise that it's these values and principles that allow us to work successfully in partnership, not just with our business clients, but with all the public sector, private sector and third sector stakeholders that we have to engage with. Now, these are all important principles and values, but I'd pick out in terms of working in partnership the respect, which has already been mentioned today, trust, being non-judgmental, and being a listening organisation and having empathy. So I'd pick these out as being absolutely critical. And I suppose if I had to be slightly critical of some of our partnerships, the most difficult partnerships are sometimes with the bigger public sector agencies. And that's not because of the people that we're working with, because normally we're finding really good people, but they're working within infrastructures and cultures which make it difficult for them to be a partner on a level playing field, as it were. So I'll come back to that. In terms of the sorts of diverse partnerships that we have to have, you can see here that that's a collection of things, everything from the Scottish Government to local projects, a Smart Village project that we actually work with ourselves, a mentoring programme, and you'll see the Leader logos in there, and I'll say something more about Leader in a minute. And a social enterprise network, so you can the local authority, Perth and Kinross, the Cairngorms Park Authority. So we've had to work really hard to have the right kind of partnership arrangements with all of these different bodies who are all coming with their own set of objectives and outcomes and their own sets of principles as well. Scotland, as you probably all know, is a particularly challenging area. You can see that the landmass north of the Central Belt is most of Scotland. So in order to work across Scotland, you have to really work very hard to make sure that you're not just partnering with people that are within a 20-mile radius. You've got to be able to partner with people who are in the most remote parts of Scotland. And one of the partnerships I'm really proud of at the moment is that we're working with more than 70 businesses in Orkney, which are those set of islands just to the north of the mainland. And that's come about because they came to us and said, we want to build a relationship and build a partnership with an organisation that can provide that kind of relational support to allow us to grow as island businesses. I want to pick out two examples of partnership. The first one is wearing a slightly different hat. I chair our local action group, or I've chaired our local action group for our Last Leader programme. I say our Last Leader programme, sadly it was the Last Leader programme, because of a word that cannot be said in public but begins with B and ends with T. We cannot have a leader programme anymore. But what we have got, thanks to Scottish Government, is a community-led local development programme, which is using and adhering to all the best principles of leader that we've heard from today. And at the moment, we're in that interim stage where we've got interim funding and we can run some projects. But I think what's evident is that the strength of the LAG, of the local action group model, has enabled us to survive and keep that model intact. We had a particularly strong LAG in that it was very evenly spread between public, private, community, third sectors. All our decisions were made by a majority that weren't from the public sector. And we had real input from a huge range of rural organisations. So we've been able to carry that forward, and that will enable us to continue to run a CLLD programme, albeit it will look and feel a bit different from Leader. We will be able to retain the principles, and that will be for the benefit of the rural communities and businesses that we work with. And the projects that I'm sure the sort of familiar projects that come through Leader are also working in partnership with rural communities, like this beautiful new community centre and a farmers market that were both funded through our last programme. But the second one I want to talk about, and this is particularly significant for me because this idea to have a partnership with a cohort of artisans, really talented artists and makers in our area, came from the last OECD Rural Development Programme that was held, not the last one in Seoul, but the last one in Edinburgh 4 years ago, because I was on a platform with a gentleman from Italy who was talking about this model of helping artisans to come together. Artisans, by definition, like making things or creating things, and a lot of them are not very keen on actually selling things or putting themselves out there. So this Italian model was about shoemakers in the north of Italy. As you can imagine, shoemakers with generations of skill and talent to make beautiful tailored leather shoes in Italy, but they were quite poor actually getting to market. And the idea was to pull them together as a grouping on a portal so that the buyers could find them. And I went away thinking, you know, it's slightly different, but we've got this amazing range of artists and makers. Perhaps we could do something similar. So it just shows you that that power of collaboration and knowledge building and what you gain from conferences like this can sometimes have a far-reaching effect. Because this group of artisans is now 36 strong. They're all on a portal together. They can sell through this portal. But more important to them is that they have this broad partnership. They work together, they come together in small collaborations, and partly due to them, our area has just been designated by UNESCO as a City of Craft for the UK. And we're about to start developing how that could benefit the community in the local area. So those are two examples of local partnership working. And REDS, as I've mentioned, is another one which is creating this network of businesses across Scotland who can add to each other's businesses. They can find, it means that anybody can find a business in rural Scotland without going too far. I think the key to good partnership working is effective engagement. I think that's been said before. I was at a presentation this morning, engagement, engagement, engagement. And we shouldn't take it for granted that that's an easy thing to do. I think a lot of organisations don't realise that it actually takes quite a bit of work to successfully engage with the groups that you need to do. And I would really, if any of you are working public sector organisations and feel a bit removed from the communities and the businesses that you're creating either policy or development programs for, I'd really encourage you to go out and meet people, talk to people as much as possible, engage with them in a real way. And out of that will come real engagement and real partnership. So I'll just end with saying, I think, a few do's and don'ts from our perspective. So this is from the perspective of a small third sector organisation needing to have good partnership with a range of bodies, is that we all need to develop better listening skills, because we need to listen to what each other needs out of that partnership. As I've just said, we need to learn about the power of real engagement, need to get to know the people that we're trying to impact. And going back to the principles and values, we need to show respect and develop trust with the partners that we want to work with. I think 3 don'ts for effective partnerships are: try not to create hierarchies or silos within the partnership. Partnerships should be an opportunity to break down the silos that stop good things from happening in rural communities. Avoid opaqueness, try and be transparent for all of us to try and say what we actually need and want out of the arrangement and what we know will happen, and not make it a surprise to people as you go through the process. And I think don't assume that the people that work within your organisations know what good partnership is about or what it looks like. Perhaps offer some awareness raising or training and help them to go out and meet people and understand the benefits and the value of working well in partnership. And I think the final point I would make is that effective partnerships can only come from strong relationships with real people. So we need to engage with people, and that's what is such a relief, as somebody said earlier, that we can engage with real people again. And that is what I think actually creates something absolutely long-lasting and strong, because you've got that human relationship in the middle of that partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jackie, for highlighting some do's and some don'ts. And I'm happy to hear that the Italian gentleman, who's Clementoni, that his work had such an impact. We actually took him to a review in Hidalgo. Now I'll pass. We've heard from 3 European speakers so far, and now we're going to go across the big ocean, overseas, to hear from the US. So we have Karama Neal, who is the head of the Rural Business Cooperative Services within USDA. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you all, and good afternoon. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about our need for strong local partnerships and our approach to creating and sustaining them. I'd like to start by sharing a bit about our department and our agency, because I think it gives a lens through which we do the rest of our work. So rural development is central to both the mission and the vision of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, because we understand that rural communities play a key role in helping all communities thrive. Another prominent theme that you'll see in our mission and our vision is equity. You see it reflected in our vision of an equitable economy that helps rural America thrive, and in our mission to, quote, serve all Americans by providing leadership in rural development with a commitment to deliver equitable opportunities. We heard earlier today that all rural communities are not alike, and so it's important to be thoughtful about the ways in which we provide opportunities and services and pursue partnerships in ways that recognize those differences and those opportunities. This focus on equity is important and may help explain, frankly, why we're all here. Rural communities do not often get an equitable share of national investment or a fair or proportionate share of other investments. Rural development and the rural policies that support that development are indeed an equity issue. Rural development is one of the 5 goals established in the Department of Agriculture's strategic plan, explicitly expanding opportunities for economic development and improving the quality of life in rural and tribal communities. This goal, like our others, is large, and we cannot accomplish these goals alone. We must work in partnership with other agencies, other organizations, and companies to accomplish these goals. And many of these partnerships must be local and intentionally incorporate local priorities so that communities play a leading role in determining their futures. Like our programs, policies, and other activities, our partnerships are informed by three key priorities: addressing climate change and environmental justice, advancing racial justice, place-based equity and opportunity, and creating more and better markets. While government may be often thought of externally as a single entity, there are often numerous departments, agencies, and offices, and it is critical to work across these units in productive partnership, not in silos, in order to be successful. For our purposes today, rural development has agencies focused on housing, utilities, and business, and there are several ways in which these three work together. For example, all three agencies offer guaranteed loan programs, and several years ago, in an effort to streamline access to the programs for local lenders and for project developers, we aligned the rules and regulations for our guarantee programs. The result has been increased use of these programs, facilitating access to capital in local communities for rural businesses. Also, two of these agencies, the one where I serve at the Rural Business Cooperative Service and the Rural Utility Service, offer financing for solar energy usage. We're working together now to align our efforts in that sector to close gaps, eliminate overlap, and to help us meet our climate goals in ways that benefit local communities, given our focus on environmental justice. In order to keep our local focus, rural development operates through 400 area and state offices. As I'll mention later, these state offices provide numerous opportunities for local partnerships that help us tailor our program delivery to diverse rural areas. Other departments have a similar approach. For example, the Small Business Administration shares similar goals with the Rural Business Cooperative Service and also has state offices. Similar to rural development, the 77 Small Business Administration state offices provide businesses with tools for enhancing and growing their businesses, and they oversee the delivery of Small Business Administration programs throughout their region. That said, the public is generally unconcerned with which agency or which office is delivering the assistance and support that they need. So it's important for all these agencies to work together. One example of that is how Rural Development and the Small Business Administration created the document you see excerpted here, comparing our loan guarantee programs, which can be used in many of our state and district offices. We've taken a similar approach with other departments, partnering with the Health and Human Services to develop a joint child care guide, and with the Economic Development Administration to create a joint economic development guide. So what do these programs look like what do these partnerships look like, on the program level? Just last year, we launched the new Rural Energy Partnership Program. It funds the development of rural energy community partnerships, which provide assistance to communities for community energy planning, capacity building, technical assistance, community efficiency and weatherization, and the deployment, installation, or equipping of community-scale renewable energy technologies or systems. These rural energy community partnerships must be comprised of at least two entities, a lead applicant and one or more partner entities. This partnership must demonstrate that it is actively engaged with members of the community and must provide assistance specifically in the identified community. Thus, this Rural Energy Partnership Program facilitates the development and maintenance of local partnerships. Also, it's worth noting that rural development worked in close partnership with the Department of Energy, an Environmental Protection Agency, and other federal agencies to develop the program and score the applications. A broader example is our, again, new Rural Partners Network. This is an alliance of more than 20 federal agencies and many civic partners that is working together to expand rural prosperity through job creation, infrastructure development, and community improvement. Participating agencies designate key points of contact who focus specifically on rural strategies, in addition to putting community liaisons on the ground to support designated economically challenged communities. The goal here is to build capacity in rural communities, and importantly, we are hiring people to work in the target locations in direct partnership with local communities to help them access federal programs and services. This is an important feature of the program, particularly because there are so many federal programs and agencies in the U.S. It can be extremely difficult and challenging for local communities to get the support that they need, to find it, to apply for it, and to be successful and appropriately deliver the programs. The people who are employed to serve at the local level through the Rural Partnership Network are key program design factors. In a final example, I want to talk a little bit about our cooperative services branch. On June 9th, 2020, a private equity firm announced that at the end of July, it would shutter the 126-year-old Wisconsin Rapids pulp and paper mill you see pictured here, laying off 900 people in a community of 18,000 people. That day, hundreds of loggers across Wisconsin and Michigan, this is in the upper plains portion of the United States, received a call to halt all deliveries of timber, creating a literal log jam in the North Woods and a crisis for loggers, truckers, suppliers, and end product users. This mill closure was the last straw for an industry that had seen multiple mill closures and a merry-go-round of private equity firms bringing instability to their region and to the people's livelihoods. Within 1 week of that June 9th announcement, loggers and truckers started to meet to form what would become the Timber Professionals Cooperative. This cooperative is reaching out to former employees, suppliers, end product users, and others to form a consolidated cooperative, which is going to be a multi-stakeholder cooperative that will actually own the mill. At the invitation of the local community, the Rural Business Cooperative Service has provided extensive technical assistance for this group in the upper Midwest that has been responding to the closure of several lumber mills, drafting the articles in the bylaws, offering various financing options, and connecting the groups to additional cooperative professionals. So as I close, I'll just highlight 3 themes that are evident from the examples that I've shared here today. First, it's critical that government agencies work in partnership across organizations, across agencies, across offices, in alignment with local goals. Strategic public and private partnerships can leverage resources to bring lasting change to rural communities. And finally, benefits are maximized when financing, capacity building, and other technical assistance toward community goals are all aligned. So again, thank you so much for your attention, and look forward to the discussion and the questions to follow.
Thank you very much, Karama, and thank you for sticking on time, because we're a bit tight on this session, and also for reminding us the importance to get access to financing and to some of the services. I think very interesting examples from the US. We'll go now with our last speaker from Ireland, Seamus Bolland, who's the CEO from the Irish Rural Link. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to the organisers of this fantastic conference. It's been a great success, and bringing so many international organisations and people who really are passionate about rural and rural development. It's a great pleasure to be here simply as an attendee. Apart from this moment, I could do it sitting down there in the seats along with you. But my name is Seamus Bolland. I'm CEO of Irish Rural Link, which in itself is a partnership. And I'm also president of Civil Society Organisations Group 3, which is part of the European Economic Social Committee. But in terms of the things we've been hearing from my colleagues here beside me, we've been hearing things like a partnership must be real people. With Irish Rural Link, the board would be made up of people from the universities, from civil society organisations, community development organisations, farming representatives. And really their job, as when Irish Rural Link was set up, was to really establish a fundamental voice, a voice, not the voice, representing what's called social inclusion and people who are in the marginalised in our rural societies. It's 30 years in operation, and it's sort of reinvented itself each time. But the main thing is, it is that voice, and it tries to implement programmes. For example, it is part of the NRN network, which is also a partnership with NUIG Galway, our University College Galway, The Wheel and Philip Farley, and itself is a very successful partnership. It runs the Wetlands Forum. And in this day and age, the Wetlands Forum came about because there was a need to look at how do you bring the subject of biodiversity, how do you bring the subject of environment into the rural dialogue. And any of you who knows this is quite a difficult thing to do because there is, all across Europe, I can say, there is a fear in rural communities that the green agenda, that the environmental agenda, somehow threatens rural areas because it somehow is seen as an agenda that will either drive farmers out of business or drive people out of rural areas. And in that sense, we have to somehow bring that agenda to rural communities. So our Wetlands Forum has brought together a network of local community groups who are involved in local wetland areas, mainly boglands, peatlands, but also just plain wetlands that were seen as a major obstacle in the development of farming practice, but actually cannot be changed. And in fact, in Ireland, we had a great campaign to drain the Shannon area, the Callows area. Many people now realize, thank God we didn't do that, because if we did, we would have wiped out acres and hectares of very good land in terms of biodiversity. So the Wetlands Forum, which I'm dwelling on a little bit, is about bringing environmentalists, people who live in the area, together. And Tom Jones talked about it's very easy to have a partnership with like-minded people. But as you can see, that's not necessarily the case here. And I think its strength is that we are engaging with farmers, with environmental thinking people, and with just plain dwellers in rural areas to say, how do we embrace the reality of climate change, while at the same time keeping people in the area, keeping the livelihoods of people in the area, and trying to make them sustainable. So on our website, you will read a lot about the Wetlands Forum. The other partnership that we work with is the Meals and Wheels. It's really a care partnership. And again, it's a network of groupings within rural areas, sometimes spontaneously established, to bring certain services, whether it's meals to people recovering from hospital visits, or simply people who are living alone, live so far away and cannot drive and need either a meal a day delivered to the house, or indeed other services, whether it's just to have cleaning done or basic services that people need on a daily basis. That's a fledgling network, but that network is also a realization that in rural areas we have a growing older population. We will not have the nursing homes to house them, and in many cases we don't want the nursing homes to be the ultimate solution. Most people, when they're asked, they want to live as long as possible in their own areas and in their own places and in their own houses. And therefore, as we learned from COVID, being at home, as cooped up as we were during that period, is a lot better than being cooped up in a home, which is not as personal as your own home. So that network is a really important network, and it is a partnership. It is a partnership between the health authorities, local communities, and other agencies. The other partnership we have run, we've talked about, is the National Rural Network, which in itself is a partnership which includes the Department and Department of Rural Development and Agriculture, and, of course, the various other elements in all of that space. And that's an interesting one. Over the last 7 years, I can say we have learned a great deal. And we have learned that you can bring programs in the form of case histories, true research, to the public eye but also to people themselves in rural areas who may be not as fully supportive of these things when they hear about them first. And when you look at again, especially the Green Agenda work, and this was very much highlighted by the University of Galway section of our partnership, you see in the case histories how local farmers, communities actually are embracing the Green Agenda, are embracing the various initiatives that they must embrace into the future. And sometimes when you hear public figures say, oh, rural is not really in that space, I would ask you to go on the NRN website and look at those case histories. And I think you will see a massive desire in rural areas to do that. And that springs from the fact that in Ireland, we did, in rural Ireland especially, we had a thing called the water schemes. Now, if you're not in Ireland, you may not know a lot about that. But in the 60s, when I was a younger person, a lot of households did not have water. They did not have basic water within the house. Some had private wells, and some just had the well outside the door. And I was certainly one of those. And I remember at 14 years of age being dragged to a meeting where the local organisers had decided we have to change that. That was a partnership, because that meant linking with the local authority, linking with farm owners, because some of their land was needed to bring the pipes through, and linking with a whole range of other actors in the system. And rural communities right across Ireland in that period, in the 1960s, and in some cases into the 70s, delivered water, which was a basic service, in the latter part of the 20th century to rural communities. Could not have been done without partnership. So when we look at the old Irish tradition, it's called Micheál, which was effectively the spontaneous delivery of local help to local farmers, to local people in trouble. Micheál was effectively neighbours coming together to do that. That in itself was the partnership. So right up along the scale to the very effective leader partnerships that we now have, that Marion talked about. Those sought and do seek to replicate the bottom-up approach. They must do so, because if they don't, they will not have buy-in. And if you're going to change something in the local area, no matter how important you think it is, and no matter how important you think it's needed, you still need to bring together those in the local area. If you don't, you lose out. In recent times, I was very much involved in the Peatlands Directive. And I can tell you, there's a lot of fun and a lot of funny stories to be told about bringing a group of people where I live into the era that you must not cut turf. Now that in Ireland, to state that is really important. And I leave you with the story when we were mandated, me and my colleagues in the local area, to negotiate the best possible settlement. So we sat with all the various actors. Again, it's a partnership, local government, national government, and our job was to somehow do the best possible deal for people who are asked to give up cutting turf. And when we negotiated the settlement, which effectively relocated some to other bogs, less designated, and brought compensation to others, there was a certain satisfaction and there was a certain belief that we had achieved something momentous. The European directive was delivered, and farmers and local areas had embraced the beginning of the change. So there is a funny story I'll finish with you very quickly, and I know time is running out. My other job as voluntary, the only really volunteering thing I do, is I'm chairman of the local, wait for it, Graveyard Extension Committee. Now that's future rural development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Indeed, we're running out of time, not in your session, but also within the panel. I've been told that we need to finish at 4:25 sharp. But if we have the Minister with us, I would like to invite the Minister to provide some remarks, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Enrique, and thank you for the flexibility in changing my opening remarks to closing remarks. I have shortened them as well in that context. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you to give the closing remarks for this session and to talk to you about some of the work my department is doing to ensure that communities are heard and involved in policies and strategies which affect them. To me, this is the heart of rural and community development, and it's a real privilege to be part of this discussion on it. A lot of what I will touch on briefly are initiatives already underway as part of the Our Rural Future policy for rural development, but also our community strategy, Sustainable, Inclusive and Empowered Communities. As the Taoiseach said earlier, every town, village and island is different, and the people best placed to determine and affect change in their communities are the people who live there and know them best. So the challenge for us as policymakers is in making sure we give space to those voices so that our policies are formed and directed from the ground up. My own department is leading the way in ensuring that the communities themselves are at the heart of the process to design and respond to these problems. But we are not leading by ourselves. Leadership is being shown by community organisations across the country. Our 5-year strategy to support the community voluntary sector in Ireland was co-produced with the community and voluntary sector and is being implemented in collaboration with the sector. Together, we are committed to actions which bring communities together, empowering them to identify their own needs and supporting them to develop the skills to participate in and influence decision-making. In November, my department will host the first civic forum for formal national dialogue between the community and voluntary sector and the state and local government. This is part of a wider agenda at supporting deliberative and participative approaches to public policy, which will result in stronger, sustainable and more autonomous voluntary organisations and better outcomes for their communities. This forum will be based around a set of values and principles which have been co-produced with the sector themselves and adopted by government to be used by all of government as the foundation for all collaborative and partnership efforts with the community and voluntary sector. Values such as empowerment, active participation, social justice and inclusion will serve to ensure that the diversity of all communities is fully recognised in making decisions which relate to them. At a local level, I've initiated a number of pilot programmes to develop and test strategies to help engage the most marginalised and non-represented communities in decision-making at a local level. Local authorities in Clare, Fingal, Galway and Wicklow are developing ways to better engage LGBTQ and traveller groups, disability groups and migrants in the local policy-making process. I oversee the government's main social inclusion programme called SICAP. This is essentially over 600 community workers in local development companies working in disadvantaged communities across the country. In terms of building a voice and bringing people to the table, SICAP stands out in my view. In 2021, the programme across the country worked with over 2,600 community groups via community development, engagement and collaboration, supporting and building capacity within those groups to advocate and participate, creating more sustainable communities. SICAP is an amazing programme that has also served the country well through COVID, but also the more recent Ukraine crisis. I'm very proud of the fact that earlier this year, SICAP was awarded the prestigious United Nations Public Service Award in the category of institutional resilience and innovative responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. In a similar vein, the Empowering Communities programme, which I launched earlier this year, specifically targets small area-based areas of deprivation, empowering local communities to craft their own response to area-based poverty using a community development approach. Small targeted areas in the rural communities of Mullingar, Athy, Longford, Ballinansnow, Ballina and Aaronmore have been provided with community workers to help some of the most marginalised communities in the country build their capacity and voice. We've also heard, of course, that we have the Rural Development Programme of LEADER, and I won't go into that. You're well familiar with it, and it's been spoken about today. I also want to briefly mention social enterprises for anyone who's not familiar. These are businesses that work primarily to improve the lives of people. Their core objective is to achieve a social, societal or environmental impact. And interestingly, I opened an event yesterday for social enterprises in the circular economy space with the CRNI. It's a very exciting growth area in my view, especially in terms of its capacity to bring co-benefits of inclusion and environmental protection to local communities. And while this is a global conference in many ways, I'm going to be a little bit parochial and mention 3 organisations that stood out to me yesterday: Roscommon Women's Network, Kingdom Furniture Revamp and Bounce Back Recycling, which is an amazing circular economy project led by travellers, an ethnic minority in Ireland that faces quite an amount of levels of discrimination. I'm going to briefly touch on a programme in my other department of social protection, the Rural Social Scheme. It's especially relevant to today's proceedings. I think the Rural Social Scheme is an income support measure that engages small farmers in community activity. It plays a huge role in including some of the most marginalised people in rural Ireland. I come from a small farm myself, and I believe it's very important that we keep small farmers on the land for the future of rural Ireland. But there are huge demographic and commercial pressures, as Seamus averted to as well, but also huge opportunities. And I'll be starting a process soon of reviewing the Rural Social Scheme, and especially in the context of social isolation, but also, or social inclusion rather, but also in the context of restoring biodiversity and taking climate action. I am looking forward to developing new ways to incentivise small farmers to stay on the land. Public participation networks, for which my department has responsibility, are another vital way of ensuring that the diversity of local voices is heard and heeded. A public participation network is a structure that brings together groups to represent the community and non-profit sector at local government level and the policy-making structures involved there. This gives local organisations a greater say in local government decisions which affect their own communities. They were established in 2014, and we've just concluded and published a review of their operation. A key aim of the review and the process we're about to begin on is to see how we can strengthen the voice and better support public participation networks nationally. So to conclude, in terms of the theme of this session, bringing new stakeholders and partners to the table to support and amplify community voices in rural policies and strategies. In Ireland, I think this involves strong cooperation between national and local government, but also very much strong collaboration between the state and the community and voluntary sector and its constituent parts, including PPNs, but also crucially local development companies who I know are well represented here today. I think in Ireland, there is a very strong and complex relationship between the state and the community voluntary sector. We need to develop it more, and it's a key asset, I feel, going forward in bringing and building more diverse voices into rural policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you for coming and that flexibility and providing some remarks to this important session. As I mentioned before, I'm afraid that the time has gotten upon us. I have been told that we need to resume at 4:30 with the next session, so I'm afraid we're going to have to close at this stage. But before we do that, just give a warm applause to all of our panelists today.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to clarify, there's coffee and tea outside. We'll have a very short break and we'll reconvene in just over 5 minutes. Thank you.
difficult for many of us.
Sophie, look at you.
Sarah, can you come and make sure that you're standing in this space?
Some operation.
Sure. No. So Andrew's been facing out the last 2 days. So did you take to the dance floor after I left? You had it before I left.
I'm not built for dancing.
These people, fill spots here.
Go on, it's down there, relax. It's down there, relax.
small.
There's another one here, look. Yeah. Another one here, yeah.
Oh, I can't see. Hello, everyone. We should probably get started because I know that we have really taken up a lot of your time, and we appreciate you being with us today, and we know we gave you a very heavy agenda, and if I gave you a survey, I would appreciate, I would get the feedback, but I won't give you a survey. So you get to take your thoughts home with you and, transmit them to me telepathically. So welcome, everyone. This is a session where we really just take the time. A number of you attended different sessions, and this is an opportunity for you maybe to hear just a little bit about what happened in each session. So it's really just a recap for the first kind of 25 minutes. So I'm going to ask our moderators to please keep to time. And I'll just call them up one at a time and ask them to go over 2 or 3 points that emerged from each of their sessions. We'll run through that pretty quickly. And then other colleagues who I'll invite to the stage now, Andrew Ford, Dorothea Dupree, and Peter Wusner, if you wouldn't mind joining me up here. We will just run right into your thoughts on the session. And I didn't introduce myself. I'm thinking I'm probably the only person here who doesn't have to, but I'm Betty Ann Bryce. So at this point, the good news is you won't get any more emails from me, right? So that's the fun part. So we'll just get started. I'll ask the slides to come up, and maybe we will go in order of the first session. The first session today was Beyond Recovery, Remote Work and Opportunities. It was moderated by Tim Goodship, but unfortunately Tim had to leave us. So my colleague Andres will do it for you. Andres, could you join me?
Thank you, Betiana, and hello, everyone. So this conversation had main 3 messages, but many outcomes. First is that remote working, at least in the hybrid form, is here to stay, but not all regions and not everyone can benefit from that. Mostly that we see right now across different countries is rural areas close to big cities are the ones that are benefiting more from remote workers. To make this sustainable and to benefit from remote working, rural places need to ensure enabling factors like infrastructure, local amenities, high-speed broadband, and there was one comment that is very important, visibility. So to showcase what are the assets that rural places have. Also, we realize that many countries have already put some policies in place to make the most of remote working, teleworking hubs in the case of Ireland, policies to promote multi-locality in Finland, or also policies from the government side to promote officials to work from other places. These are the main points. Thank you.
We'll make this a contest because Andres did it in 2 minutes. Rural Agenda for Climate Action, Leveraging Climate and Circular Bioeconomy, Opportunities in Rural Areas. That was moderated by Dr. Helen Johnson. She had to also leave to catch her flight, so Deirdre Kelly will be doing it on her behalf. Deirdre, could you join us?
Thanks, everybody. I hope I can be as quick as my predecessor. But basically, it was a very rich discussion, and the 3 points that we have here are very basic outcomes of the discussion, which were, there were so many different interesting thoughts and ideas that came out of the discussion. But basically, our OECD colleagues contextualized it initially within the Rural Agenda for Climate Action, which identifies a number of challenges which are included in the slide there. But the emphasis was not on the challenges. The emphasis in the discussion was on the opportunities. So the 4 main areas of opportunity as seen through the OECD Rural Agenda is renewable energy production, land management, decarbonisation of transport and the circular economy. Out of the discussion then, and we had contributions from colleagues in Brazil, from colleagues in Canada, from colleagues in Germany, and out of the discussion, the main thoughts were that local green businesses can unlock a lot of potential in rural regions. And to this end, in international collaboration in research and the use of traditional knowledge, which was particularly pointed out from our Brazilian colleague, can disseminate information and adopt technologies. There are still, obviously, the challenges are there, and the group and the discussion concluded that the major challenges will include the lack of trained workforce and scarce support for the transition to green business. These are not insurmountable challenges, but they're not insignificant either. So just to sum up, the group discussion was really rich, and it gave a real sense of different perspectives from different areas of the world, and I was very happy to be there to listen to all that. So I hope I've done Helen's work justice, so apologies to Helen if I haven't. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're doing very well. We had a great session on rethinking rural development, effective solutions for bottom-up rural economic and community development. I'm going to invite Thomas Dax to the stage, give him an extra applause. I worked him really hard today. He had a few other sessions.
Thank you, Petian. Yes, this session explored particularly how to extend local actors and how important it is, the role of local action. We explored this particularly through experiences from the LEADER program, from the community-led local development, and from other local development activities around the world. We concluded with 4 main messages we can take from this session. One is that even if we have these approaches in most of our rural regions, we have to acknowledge each rural area is unique and has its own priorities, its own challenges and strengths. And issues tend to be common, but solutions have to be found in a specific way. It's very important to leverage funding and support programs to develop links within the rural economy, particularly when international, national, regional, local aspects are mobilized simultaneously. And this is important for many bottom-up solutions. A further message is that we need particularly trust within local communities and a locally inclusive place-based support structure, which is key for driving progress in those local communities. In this context, it is among other actors, community sector is very important and vital to bottom-up development. And a last message to tell us that we need success stories, and sharing these success stories, which is key to framing a progressive and positive rural development narrative. Thank you.
We then turn to local strategies for sustainable rural energy communities, transforming emission-intensive activities into environmentally friendly and net zero alternatives. And there we had Ahmet, who is the moderator. Please join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Betian. In our session, broadly, we discussed why reaching out net zero green gas emission targets should be right at the center of rural development debates, and how this generates benefits for rural communities. We handled some examples of local communities, like Clean Energy District of Iowa and Iron Islands Community Energy Cooperatives in Ireland. In these examples, we have three key messages. The first one is civil engagement should be necessary in all decision-making process, and policies should be designed bottom-up approach, and top-down approach is also crucial for institutional and policy framework. The second message is that technical assistance is also important to create awareness and give a sense of ownership. And the third message is about local strategies need to be improve access to financing, as well as assist small businesses and farms in the whole process to net zero emissions. Thank you.
The next session is Revitalizing Town Centers, Creating Places Where People Want to Work and Live, and Alexia Ruby had that one. Alexia?
Okay. This is another one I saw. Okay. Yes, so basically our session, we had examples from the US, Turkey, Greece, Italy, and Ireland, and we discussed the challenges that we face in revitalizing town centers, so like disparity within communities, the lack of diversity, lack of housing, infrastructure, connectivity, and the lack of capacity also in the communities, and the destructions of the landscapes due to traffic and the need to make place for cars. And so basically what we concluded is that we need a vision, we need a plan, and we need to engage people into developing these town centers. So the visions needs to be very ambitious if we want to engage people in these revitalization. They need to be able to see that it will take them further, and it needs to be very participatory. In the plan, also it's important to make room for social cohesion and foster the sense of belonging and well-being. Yeah, we talked a lot about participatory methods, social innovation that are very important to foster the community resilience. So livability is very important. We talked a lot about, reclaiming the streets, moving away from having cars everywhere and refining place for social interaction, for music, for culture. Culture was very much promoted as where everything starts and what creates this sense of belonging. Yes, basically empowering local communities to find their own solutions and reclaim their town centers was very much a key message from the session. So thank you very much.
So we'll turn to our last set of workshops. The first is reducing gender gaps, improving opportunities for women in the rural economy, and the Ambassador Keown had that session, please, sir.
Thank you. This was an extraordinarily rich discussion. I think I can sum it up by saying if we want to take the rural economy to the next level, we need to have full equal empowerment of rural women. And we really talked about how we can achieve that. And we talked about the need for high-level frameworks, such as the one we have in Ireland, our Rural Future, that empowers women, that looks at all aspects of how you integrate women into the local economy in terms of skills provision, networking, and financing. We looked also about how we can build a gender lens into our entrepreneurship policies in terms of tailor-made supports. We looked at mainstreaming and gender-proofing practices, that these need to be throughout all of the policies the policy mix that we use, be it in terms of rural development, agricultural sector, the importance of innovation and entrepreneurship. If we have this mix right, we can, in the words of one of our panelists, break the grass ceiling. And the last message we want to leave with everybody is that to achieve any and all of this, the voice of rural women has to be absolutely central. Thank you.
So we're moving to climate change impacts on coastal communities and the blue economy in rural regions. And our moderator there was Ronan. Please join us. You had some competition. The ambassador did it in 1 minute.
Thank you, Marianne. This was a really compelling conversation in that it felt both challenging, daunting, and also hopeful at the same time. We had climate change impacts and also, the positive, sustainable blue economy impact also. So the first point there, policies to address climate change in coastal communities must be tailored to the needs and value chains of these communities. And it seems obvious, we know we're in the middle of climate change, we've climate change coming down the line, but we're not having conversations, except perhaps with the exception of Iceland. We're not having specific conversations with our coastal communities around what this means for them as communities. So if you're dependent on a particular fish stock and that fish stock moves away because of changes in water temperatures, if aquaculture is no longer sustainable, if foreshore industries are no longer sustainable, these are conversations that are needed, and they're conversations that we need now. Building national blue economy strategies is important, but should be complemented by local institutions that address climate change and bring social innovation to communities. And I suppose this is a theme that we've had right throughout this conference in terms of rural economy and rural impacts and the importance of social innovation and social enterprise. And we saw examples of that in Ireland, where an example in Galway of a shellfish cooperative bringing scale and distribution and markets to one-off fishermen by joining together. We've seen that in Newfoundland, where a community have developed their own community fish processing. So it's very much needs-based, but it also generates income, it generates employment, and the key of all of this is sustainable communities as we move forward. Information sharing and research and resulting best practice guidance are key for communities to organise and successfully create green economy enterprises. And this is where we see the important role between, we'll say, third-level institutions and local communities, or government and local communities, and building that forward. And then in terms of the positivity and moving forward, and I think we see this right throughout the blue economy at the moment, where a lot of this is market-driven, it's consumer-driven, it's a drive towards sustainability, where there are opportunities for example, in offshore wind that's been discussed in other places and resulting opportunities in green hydrogen, product innovation, added value chain, and products such as seaweed and algae and the development of that. So that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we have the last session, and it's always dangerous to give an Italian the final word, especially Sabrina Lucatelli, but innovative ways to deliver education and skills training in rural areas.
Okay. We had a fantastic session. The main messages that came out is that organizing schooling in rural areas is becoming more serious and serious because of the population. So we need to have a planning perspective, and what our fantastic Portuguese colleagues called education charts. We need to work to organize the presence of schools in the territories, working more and more on schooling networks, and affording the issues of teachers' shortages. And there, our Irish colleagues proposed a new way of contracting teachers, bounding hours of teachings in between schools and not being, fixed with one school and a number of teachers. So we need flexibility, we need new legislation adapting to our rural needs. Small classes should be put again at the center of pedagogy, and we need to work on training systems adapting, flexible, and a better alignment in between rural areas' needs and training capabilities to offer right programs. Least but not last, we have to take care and to have as a priority the final outcomes of our rural students. We want rural students, OECD rural students being extremely good, because the challenges of rural areas are very important with climate change, and we do feel that we need a new class of rural, perfect and very, very prepared students.
So I skipped one, so again, that's why there will be no survey at the end. So just if you wouldn't mind going back to slide deck 3, I wanted to invite Karen to the stage to discuss strategies to empower, attract, and keep youth in rural areas.
I was afraid that youth was forgotten. It's been a pleasure to be here, I must say, because there's been a lot of focus on youth, so it was very interesting also to have the session yesterday. There was a good attendance, a very good discussion. We had both some inputs from Italy and Germany on analysis on both migration patterns, but also what motivations for leaving or staying. And then we had some good presentation from practitioners in Finland and Sweden, and other inputs afterwards. And the 4 points that we found was key was, first of all, to involve, in order to make good decisions and investments also in rural places, we need to include the young people in the decision making. And that is both in private, it's also in public places, it can be on boards, it can be in councils, and I think that Tom this afternoon said that 1/3 part should be youth. They've done it in Sweden, Finland, they put them on board, and in leader, lags, etc. The second point is to include youth as an active solution, empower them to set the agenda. And as an example, we found school children being asked above 15 years in Finland, inputs to youth strategy. They got surveys and asked a lot of school children. And in Norway, they actually involved and set up a youth panel for the last white paper on rural development, where the 20 regions, young people from regions put in advice for the future rural strategies. The third point has to do with entrepreneurship and jobs, where one needs to match education provision in rural places with local businesses and industries, also shown by the survey from Germany. the better match, the more likely it is that young people stay. And the fourth point is the less informal one, which has to do with building pride and capacity among local youth and to dispel the urban and rural norms. We can say breaking down the perception of stereotypes from both sides through exchanges of youth to the other place, visits, storyboards, etc., showing the activities and the pride, understand each other in another way. So to finalize this, empowerment through involvement from day one, both in the decision, in the process, and in the activities. Thank you.
So may I ask you to give our extraordinary moderators an applause because they did really yeoman's work. And as is the tradition in our conferences, now we look at what are our takeaways. And so we have on the stage 3 different representations of what I think is important, which is they have been listening in the background to all the conversations, and we would like to, and they will be sharing just a bit of what they think are their thoughts based on what they will take away from this conversation and maybe build into either their work or their thinking or their strategies moving forward. So I'm going to introduce everyone and then ask them just to share their mic so they don't have to come to the podium. So the first will be the chair of the OECD Working Party on Rural Policy, Peter Wissner. Would you like to take the floor from here, or you want to come here?
Yeah.
Okay, please. And Peter has a slide.
Ladies and gentlemen, rural is backward. Rural is the problem. That was the stereotype when I took over chairing the Working Party in 2016. And I thought that won't fly. If we don't bring that stereotype down, we will never get better. And I'm glad and proud to say that via conferences of Edinburgh of 2018 and Seoul of 2018, with the crown today in Cavan, I would like to officially declare that stereotype to have fallen. I really think it matters, and I think the Minister Humphreys really kind of embodied that spirit, and I think that is a big achievement, and I think we should acknowledge that and be proud of it because it's the only basis on which to build forward. Territory matters, and rural is not the problem. Rural is part of the solution, and I think also listening to the Prime Minister. I think that if I quote the words from yesterday, there seems to be political buy-in to that concept. We have not gone, in all the countries to the same length. It's not in all the spheres, but I think there was a structural move that I think we should acknowledge. There was a big achievement done in the last 6 years. So the narrative is changed, but the fortunes of rural areas still remain under heavy pressure. Indeed, if you look at the graphs that the OECD Secretariat prepared in the issues note, you actually see that the remote has been drifting away from metropolitan areas for the whole decade, and not much better in the last couple of years for other rural areas either. So we will need to step up, we will need to double down and bring down the remaining stereotypes. And that brings me to what Patty Ann said, what are our thoughts for the future? What are we bringing out from these conferences? What do we focus on? And here the work of OECD, I think, is very useful in the sense that they bring down, the world is very complex. With all the workshops, all the discussion, fantastic messages, but it's very complex. You have to do this and that, and the list goes on. The Undersecretary from the US said, I brought the whole laundry list, which was, I didn't know where to start. That's the fact of the matter of the policy making. So the OECD in the regional outlook made the analysis, or regional outlooks, and other work, and they brought it down. They looked at which regions actually do good. What is different in those areas? Structurally, I mean, there are a number of things, but the key two things did stand up. One, the strength of the tradable sector. Two, distance to cities. Why distance to cities? Well, because you need critical mass. Now, I will argue, understand it as an encouragement, I will argue that we can address both. It's also a bit of a, it's also, as a chair, I kind of understand my role to push the thinking to go perhaps beyond of what is currently on the board, so you will see that I will be a bit provocative on certain points. And I'll have 5 points that are to some extent all reflected in the roadmap, which will be super useful in the work of the Working Party as well, but it's also something that I'm sure will enter the work of the Working Party in terms of work of program. So, the reason I put this, because we also always have text. And one of the things when I started this business of chairmanship was rural places, was this statement, rural places are places of inspiration. And indeed, I think that is certainly, can be said, it's certainly the case. And it's something we discussed both in Edinburgh and Seoul as well. It was mentioned a number of times here as well. People actually do want to live in rural areas. And I would argue many more people want to live in rural areas than they currently do, provided they would be able to and allowed to do so. And someone, if I quote someone from the session, this day, this is something that we need to make sure that they're able to. So hence message number 1 on remote work. There were some question marks, some relativizations. I would say that finally, there is a trend which turned the eyes, it opened the eyes of the mass media, of people in metropolises. They were looking at rural areas as something that is potentially really important, that is interesting, that is attractive, something that is, it became a pull force. Sure, there are things that can happen, but on average, this is an opportunity for rural areas. That said, it's not a panacea. This won't solve, it's something that can contribute to what I mentioned before, to the critical mass. You bring in people, and that matters for a number of things, and I think that should be acknowledged. But to me, as a rural community, embracement of remote work is something that needs to be underlined. But that's not enough, nearly enough, because the second point is, the importance of the tradable sector. We need to go further. We need to create value itself in rural areas. And here I would say the words I like in the issues paper, it was called innovative entrepreneurship. I think we could also call it entrepreneurial innovation, but that of all forms, within the private firms, in the public sector, social innovation, whatever, that creates value. And that is something we need to work towards to a much greater extent, and I think we need to go further than we have dared to think. What you read about rural is about this traditional agriculture, tourism, some of the renewables, some raw materials perhaps, but it's all kind of traditional and small. And I would think this is one of the stereotypes again that we need to bring down in terms of what kind of activities we can perform in rural areas. We have to think, and that's the message from the innovation a project that was launched yesterday. It's not just about technical innovation, it's about organizational innovation, it's about smart and sustainable business model, it's about design. These are all the kind of stuff where to pay attention. The knowledge that exists in rural areas can be capitalized upon. And this is something perhaps that I would really like to kind of challenge you with, that any kind of activity can be performed in rural areas. Anything is possible. Because I would argue that there are only 2 types of firms. Ones that are advanced, the ones that will transform, and the ones that don't. And the same with people. There are ones that are entrepreneurial and the ones that are not. And just to use, this is from Vipava Valley, by the way, of course I'm using my own country. It's the case, the reason why I have this picture is not just because of the inspiration, but notice this town right there, upper right corner. This was around downtown. They had a big construction company, went bust. They had 2 additional food processing companies which were about to go bust. Today, this is a place where one of the best ultralight electrical planes is being produced. It was developed, designed, and is produced here. They have a new company which is doing something with cell therapy. I Googled it today. I'm not even able to read what they do. It's some purification process, super niche. You wouldn't probably understand it anyway. But it's super high tech. And then there is a traditional new company, which is a new scale-up, and they do ice cream. We were there the other day with the OECD, and the CEOs, you know what he said? We play every day. We play. And in fact, they play so well and so fast that the biggest multinationals, which I'm not able to quote which ones they supply their ice creams to, tell them what they think the future trends will be and let them come up with new products. And this, if you go to the, on top of the mountains, there are forests where you can find bears. So it's rural. So to me, that notion of what is high-tech, what is not high-tech, everything can be done in rural areas. Sure, not all of them. There are different starting positions, so I don't want to push the argument too far, and I'll return to the remote areas at the end. But I will make a case that much further is possible to go in the foreseeable future for rural areas that we are able to dream at this moment. And you could say, well, and that was something which was discussed, global challenges, a lot of them, a lot of pressure on rural areas. When do companies overtake the others? It's during the crisis. It's during the crisis that many of rural areas can capitalize on what was said before here as well, on the opportunities. And I would name 3 global two global, so one is that, a crisis is an opportunity, but there are additional 2 things which I would like to highlight. Apart from the things that we discussed already, digitalization, automation, reducing cost of distance, etc. One is the restructuring of the global value chains, the friendshoring, the issue of strategic autonomy, the emergence of strategic industrial policies. This is all these fundamental changes of how, in terms of perception, where production is taking place, in terms of the networks, and these are also the big business I'm talking about. These are all, I would argue, major opportunities for rural areas. Why? Because we have another trend which happened, another change which happened lately, which is historical, I would argue, and it's perhaps even more important, which is that in the last, until now, workers have been chasing the firms. Now the tide has turned. Now firms are chasing workers. And before, when I was mentioning these high-tech companies, we were in the US in April. It's a town in Columbiana, Ohio, in the US. Again, 6,000 people in the middle of the fields. They do this sand 3D printing, and they were named the manufacturer of the year for the US. And it wasn't because they used the 3D technology. I mean, that was part of it. But what they really innovated was the organizational processes that they worked on. They introduced the industrial athlete concept. They have paper productivity. They linked the wages to the productivity level, etc. So it was the whole organizational and business model innovation that they introduced. And that's coming from rural areas, and they're capitalizing on the capital that they have on the relationships that they are having in the rural areas. So that's point number 2, just to illustrate that in spite of everything that is going on, which is of course also bad and is challenging for the rural areas, it's now that perhaps, the opportunity should be sought for rural areas. So these are point number 2. 3, how do we actually do it? And I'm coming back to the complexity. One of the things that I would argue, it's the package, of course. And we tend to start with the framework conditions. We tend to start with infrastructure. And I would argue, I would challenge that. I think in terms of prioritization, at least as far as the lens is concerned, I think issues like entrepreneurship, innovation, leadership, or skills, I'll name another one later on, should be at the forefront. Of course, everything matters, it does. All the things that have been discussed now, all the dimensions, etc. But I think it should be through this business value creation perspective that these priorities should be set. Why? Well, why priorities? Well, because simply there are not enough resources probably around. But when I mention skills, so it's message number 3 would be prioritization in understanding, giving the right lens to the policy mixes that you are and we are putting together. But when I mention skills, and that's message number 4, the question is then, which skills? Is it the skills that we need today, or is it the skills that we will need in 5 or 10 years' time? The skill structure will completely shift. So I think it needs to be what will happen in 5 to 10 years' time. And if you want to adjust your skill structure to the needs that are coming, you need to know in which direction you go. And that brings me to message number 4, which is, for rural in particular, choices need to be made to a much greater extent than is the case for urban. Because what urban has, at least the big urban, they're diversified. That's the strength. They have the critical mass. That's the strength of urban. That's something that rural doesn't have. It has a bigger risk. It's harder, but it has to make choices in which direction you go. So in that sense, I think differentiation of what different rural areas do is essential. And the 5th thing that before I said entrepreneurship, innovation, leadership, skills, and the 5th thing is directly addressing the issue of critical mass, which is that there is no other way for rural areas but to set up an open and collaborative environment. And that's something, we heard the phrase, no one can do it alone. I don't think we realize how complex, all the dimension all the consequences that means in terms of ecosystems and connections and the networks if you want to kind of substitute for the absence of critical mass. It's via collaboration and ecosystems approach that you can substitute for the absence of critical mass and create that same critical mass in different way. And that means on a local level. It means on a multi-local level. It means on a county level. It means on a multi-county level. It means on a regional level. Urban, of course, everything to do in connection between rural and urban. It means regional, state, interregional, national, and sometimes also international. It has to be open. It has to be international. And just to quote, today we had an excellent examples on the skills, how problems are being solved. How do you solve the problem? Local and regional educational ecosystem, for example. You go across multiple counties or municipalities and solve it. So these were the kind of the 5 key things that I would take, that I would hope that we will dare to kind of bring down in the next period. Remote, of course, is a bit. It's much harder, it's much challenging, but I don't think the fundamental principles are very different. It just means, it's for example, in terms of differentiation, it's even more so, even more true for these remote areas. So let me conclude by the following. I would argue that with bold and ambitious vision that I think has been nicely kind of demonstrated today, and I'm glad that the Minister will wrap it up and surely continue in this fashion. Based on strategic approach, backed up by decisive and coordinated action, and coordinated I mean both territorially, vertically, and internationally, with action that spans beyond, way beyond rural policy in narrow sense, something that embraces policies like industrial, entrepreneurship, skills, energy, what have you, then, well, I should add one more. I think we should recognize that to really make it, rural needs to engage stronger and better than urban. As I said, for urban it's easier because they're diversified. Rural needs to be stronger, better. We need to go further and deeper with everything we do But if we do it, and especially if we do it together, then I have no doubt that we can make it. Thank you to Irish colleagues for your great hospitality, and thank you also to the OECD Secretariat. It's your prep work that makes this kind of thinking possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter, and now you know who keeps us on our toes. Yeah. I want to turn now to Dorothea. She's the head of regional development and multi-level governance in our division, and she's also the person responsible for my performance review, so feel free to say nice things.
Thank you, Betty-Ann, and thank you to all for your insights in this wrap-up session, which was very well managed by Betty-Ann. Thank you. Thank you to Peter for providing a clear direction, as always, for pushing the frontier for the OECD Working Party on rural policy, and of course you can count on the Secretariat's full support to move in this direction. So the conference has been incredibly rich, and after 2 years of virtual events, I have to say it was really an immense pleasure to be here and to gather the OECD rural community in Cavan in person. So I would like to thank again our Irish host, the Minister, all the Irish team for their warm welcome in Cavan and their incredible support and cooperation over the past few months. And of course, thank you to all the participants, all of you. We had 30 countries represented, almost all OECD countries were in Cavan these past 2 days. So this is a testament to the timeliness and the importance of these events and of learning from each other. So I just would like to mention 3 takeaways from the conference and to highlight some next steps. First, it was clear in all this wrap-up session and in all the parallel session and in all the plenaries that there is now considerable momentum around the rural development policy agenda. This is not only because global shift and recent shocks are deeply affecting rural areas, but also because this context provides an opportunity to accelerate the transformation of rural areas. The time is now, and we heard it very loudly from the young people who were present at the conference. The second message is that we can have a brighter picture for rural areas. And yes, Peter, we can say that the stereotypes have fallen clearly, even more in the past 2 days. We have been telling a different story, one that acknowledges the challenges at stake, but looks at the glass half full rather than half empty. We have explored many areas of opportunities across the economic, social, and environmental pillars of the OECD Rural Wellbeing Framework, and we have focused extensively on sharing concrete solutions and success stories to build thriving rural places, from making the most of remote working, enhancing the use of renewable energy, to leveraging the potential of the circular and bioeconomy to promote new markets, to supporting women entrepreneurship in rural areas, revitalizing town centers to improve livability, and many other avenues. The third takeaway is that we need ambitious rural development policies to make the most of these opportunities. And for this to happen, we heard a lot about the need to invest in governance to have impactful rural policies. This is demanding, and this is much easier said than done, of course. It entails, in particular, clear leadership, strategic thinking. It was mentioned. It implies putting in place coordination mechanism at the center of government across the many policy areas relevant for rural policies, involving rural communities in policy design, experimenting some policies with pilot regions. This is very important and has been very successful in some countries to move the rural policy agenda. Building strong urban-rural partnership, of course, and rural-proofing sectoral policies like health and education, among others. This also implies to go granular, and it was mentioned in the wrap-up and in many sessions. Different policy approaches are needed for rural close to city, rural part of functional urban areas, or remote rural. The objectives, the investment mix, the tools that are needed are different in each case. As the Prime Minister said a bit earlier this afternoon, there is no single rural experience. So now let's look forward. The OECD is fully dedicated to these priorities, as you will hear in a moment when Minister Humphreys outlines the final OECD Cavan roadmap that charts a way forward, jointly with the OECD Deputy Secretary General. We will publish the highlights of the conference in a special book to disseminate broadly all the insights and the knowledge gathered in this event. And looking ahead, the OECD will focus on supporting the implementation of the OECD principles on rural policies, which were the first multilateral guidelines on rural development, improving our analytical base and our data, which is the heart, the DNA of the work of the OECD, to continue to provide evidence on key policy areas, notably energy, crisis, teleworking, the new spatial equilibrium. Continuing to raise the importance of the rural development policy agenda in the multilateral agenda, notably with the G20, the G7, for example. We also intend to engage even more with different rural constituencies, with the OECD Mining Regions and Cities Initiative, the Indigenous Initiative, the Island Project that we are building, and to support bottom-up efforts to feed our work. And we plan to work on different forward-looking scenarios for rural development and to develop tailored policy recommendations for different types of rural places. And finally, we really want to build synergies between the OECD constituency on rural policy with other constituencies, and in particular the SME and the social economy constituency. We heard during the conference a strong interest around these topics and on creating these synergies. So let me conclude by mentioning that we are now opening a call for interest for any country interested in hosting the next rural conference. They will need to fill big shoes after the Irish event, so please get in touch with us if you are interested. And with this, I would like to thank again Ireland very much, Andrew Ford, Garrett McKim, and all our Irish colleagues for all the great cooperation, Peter for leading the Rural Working Party, and the entire OECD team, Betty Ann as our master coordinator for the event, who really deserves, she has been working over the past months. It's amazing the work that Betty Ann has produced, so really, yeah. And all the rural team of the OECD led by Enrique, I don't see Enrique with the light, but he's, as well as Jeanette, Leslie, Nikki, Lawrence, Shane, Nadim, Lamia, Ambassador Kwon, our Deputy Secretary General, for their support on this work. And thanks to all of you, and we look forward to the next one. Thank you.
So Andrew has been our master ceremonist today, but I'm getting him in the role of his day job. And I want to invite him to the stage. He's been an extraordinary partner to us, him and his team, to give his thoughts on where we go, where we take these messages.
Thanks, Betty Ann. Hello, everybody. This has been an extraordinary event. Really, it's been so rich in terms of the quality and the scope of the discussions. So I'm not going to try to sort of encapsulate all of the points that I have noted and will be taken away from it. But there's a few things I do want to say. The first thing is, and I think it's really important we say it, building on what Dorothea mentioned there about who hosts this next, which I'd encourage you to do, by the way. It's great. The issue of multilateralism in rural development. I think we can't stress enough how important it is for us to keep this kind of thing up. We all stand to benefit if we work together, if we share experience. Nobody, as the Minister said yesterday, we don't have all the answers, but at least we can start to ask the questions together when we come to a platform like this. And of course then that brings in to the frame the work of the Working Party and the ongoing multilateral work at the OECD. So I think that's very, very important for me. I've seen plainly in the past 2 days just how valuable it is for us to be together, to share and to discuss. The second point I want to make is, again, I suppose it's an observation. It's the relevance, the continued relevance of the OECD rural principles. I think it's important that we emphasise that too, that we look back to that, back to basics, and accept that they are just as valid now today as they were when they were first launched. Yes, our Cavan roadmap, we believe, will be a very, very important tool for us here, but also we hope across the OECD region in terms of shaping how we approach rural development in our national jurisdictions. From Ireland's point of view, a couple of points that I've also just taken note of is the importance of us to continue to focus on data, on evidence-based policy making. And with that in mind, I think it's really important that we look towards our assets, our research assets in our national jurisdictions. Look to our higher education institutions, our researchers in various research organisations. How can we as public policy makers engage more with those institutions, both to support them to do their organic work, or, be it in terms of teaching or research or whatever it may be, but also to benefit from that expertise and research. And I hope you've had time to have a look at some of the research posters which are out in the foyer. It's really, really interesting just to see how rich and how diverse some of the research is. So in Ireland, we have established higher education institutions and research network where we try to bring, I suppose, to systematise somehow the engagement with our higher education institutions and research institutions. We'll build on that, definitely. Just recently, the Minister, in fact, the Minister will be announcing it very soon, our first ever Government of Ireland Rural Development Postdoctoral Fellowship. And we hope this is just the start of our engagement in terms of supporting further research. Also, we have collaborations with the Economic and Social Research Institute and so on. And again, the point is data is very, very important. Another thing that struck me, and I think it will certainly guide us here, is for all of us the recognition of the centrality of people. It's about people first, the centrality of our communities, and how that must be our focus when we're developing policy and when we're implementing it. Thinking about outcome, not means, and designing our work accordingly. Engaging communities who are the ultimate beneficiaries of our policies is just so important. We need to be careful never to fall into the trap of it becoming just something that's done in a kind of declaratory way or in a tokenistic way. It has to be a meaningful, ongoing process. The strongest message I heard in the last 2 days was from the young people, and the clear call to action that they delivered to us to engage them more in more meaningful ways, and in ways that they can relate to also. So I think that's a very important message. Another point is the issue of cross-governmental collaboration and coherence. It was emphasised over and over that rural development goes beyond the farm gate. But we have to say that, and we have to say that again and again, that there's more to rural development than just agriculture. Of course, agriculture is a key issue, but we have to try to strive to get the cross-governmental coherence in order. And certainly from our perspective in Ireland, it's something we've worked extremely hard on with our Rural Future, the National Rural Development Policy. But we're not there yet. There's a lot more that can be done on that front. One other point is the issue of digitalization and connectivity. And I suppose what I've drawn from the discussions over the past 2 days on that front is that we, on the one hand, of course, it's important for us to ensure that there's digital infrastructure, connectivity and skills associated so that people have access to that for the potential economic benefits. But there are very significant societal cohesion and inclusion benefits too. And I think we need to start, I suppose, framing that digital discussion both as an economic tool, but also very, very much as a social tool. And building on, initiatives, for example, in Ireland, such as the Connected Hubs platform, which is providing a very easy and convenient option for people to be able to access various facilities and so on throughout the country. I think that's very, very important. But the other thing, of course, is that right now there are somewhere between 50 to 60,000 location-agnostic jobs available in Europe. So those jobs could be in any of our rural communities. We need to find, I think, a way that we are really harnessing that potential and I suppose continuing to work on what will make rural areas more attractive, to bring people to rural areas and not just to, I suppose, slow down the departure of young people or others. So my final, I think, my final point really then is simply that we leave this conference inspired and energized. We've made excellent connections. I think we are all the more committed now to delivering on our rural future, Ireland's National Rural Development Policy, but equally we have consolidated our relationship with the OECD and we are just thrilled to have had this opportunity. I will say thank you later, but I'm going to say it also now. So much thanks to all of the OECD colleagues. It's just been a pleasure to work with you and we will continue to be active players in the OECD front. So thank you very much, Betty Ann.
So thank you so much to everyone. I wanted to just do one thing. It's a bit of a surprise, but I wanted, a lot has been happening over the last couple of days, and I wanted to just, Simon, if you wouldn't mind teeing up a video. So I wanted you to see just a bit of the extraordinary things that have happened over the course of the 2 days.
Good afternoon to you all, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here today for the opportunity to address this esteemed gathering through and for rural communities to deliver a more sustainable society, economy, environment, and a brighter future for us all. And above all, evidence-based innovations to advance the centrality of rural communities to sustainable development across the world. Thank you very much indeed. Gurv Mila Mahagul Kaler.
My personal favorite area is northern Michigan. I grew up in Michigan, small towns all the way across northern Michigan with great inland lakes and even on the Great Lakes opportunities. So in the summer in Michigan, there's no better place.
I lived and worked for 6 years in the Torres Strait, that archipelago of islands between the northernmost tip of Australia and Papua New Guinea. I lived on Thursday Island. It is an incredibly beautiful place, and it is a largely Indigenous community, and the privilege of working within that culture is one that I'll hold forever dear. Yes.
Many of you gave of your time. Of course, I asked a lot of everyone, but I wanted to thank the team. It's local. There are graduate students from Dublin who was generously spent their time over the last 2 days interviewing everyone, and they're in the back, and I just wanted you to just acknowledge their work. So I want some credit from the team. I'm the only one that kept the time and actually giving you back 15 minutes. Please.
Okay, I take my hat off and put my hat on. Okay, thanks very much, Betty Ann. This brings us, ladies and gentlemen, to the final part of our conference programme, where we will be inviting Minister for Rural and Community Development and the Deputy Secretary General of the OECD to come to the stage and take the floor. So if I can invite, please, Minister Heather Humphreys to take a seat, and also the Deputy Secretary General to take your seat on the stage. Well, while we're waiting, we might move ahead actually with the Minister's speech. So our host, as you know, is a very passionate advocate for rural development, and has been very much a shining light in the last couple of days. So it's a great pleasure for me now to invite Minister for Rural and Community Development, Heather Humphreys, to take the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Deputy Secretary General, Ministers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As we approach the end of our discussions here in the beautiful surrounds of the Slieve Russell Hotel in County Cavan, in the heartland of rural Ireland, I want to thank you all for your active participation and indeed engagement over the past 2 days. And I know that some of you had a late finish last night and an early start this morning, so you'll be glad to hear that I'm going to keep the wrap-up as short as possible. I'll not do the hour that they asked me. But what I do really want to say is that the breadth and the depth of debate has really been extraordinary. And it has been great to have such diverse participation, including government representatives, senior policy makers, civil society, academia, and other key allies of rural areas here bringing varied and very valuable views to the table. And I'm delighted to see that despite the diversity of experiences across the OECD region, we really do have so much in common. And there is a clear commitment across all the OECD member states to work collectively to respond to the challenges faced and to exploit the opportunities presented in a changed world. And there is strength in our diversities. Our discussions have also reaffirmed the vital role that rural communities have in building a sustainable and inclusive future. And this underscores the need for government to support communities to become resilient so we can face the challenges together and, most importantly, build on the opportunities. Of course, we must work with all communities, including those living in remote, peripheral or island areas, Indigenous or minority groups or other vulnerable populations. We cannot afford to leave anyone behind. As I said at the outset, sustainable rural development is a high priority for Ireland. We want rural areas to be vibrant and thriving places to live, where diversity is embraced, where quality jobs are provided, and areas that are seen as places of opportunity. And clearly this ambition is shared across all member states. The Cavan OECD Rural Policy Roadmap that we have agreed today is testament to that. And the focus, of course, is on unlocking innovation-based opportunities in rural areas, leveraging the green transition in rural areas, seizing the opportunities of digitalisation, tackling the energy crisis and boosting the resilience of rural regions, adapting rural areas to demographic change and promoting inclusion in rural areas. The roadmap not only provides a blueprint for OECD action in this area, which is complementary to its broader work on economic and social development, but it will assist all Member States in creating sustainable, resilient and thriving rural places. And I want to congratulate my fellow ministers for your leadership in helping us to publish this important roadmap today, and I want to emphasise Ireland's commitment to its content. Ladies and gentlemen, to address the serious challenges we are faced with, we must work together right across society and the economy. Industry, SMEs and social enterprises in rural areas are not just providers of jobs and generators of impact, they are drivers of innovation. The more that we can support a diversified rural enterprise base which empowers community business and remote workers, the more potential we have to attract people to rural areas and to seize opportunities associated with the green and digital transition for rural communities. And on that point, we must recognise that farmers are not only guardians of our natural environment, they can be champions of innovation and sustainability. We, of course, need to continue to bridge the digital divide between rural and urban areas, and this is critical to support business development and to foster equality and social inclusion. Better broadband, more remote working facilities opens up career and educational opportunities and widens people's choice about living or returning to their local area. But real change can only be achieved by empowering communities and seizing the enormous social capital within those communities. And this is especially important as we deal with the implications of climate change, which will require profound changes in terms of how we live our lives and how we do business. Local communities are best placed to know what is most important to them and most needed for their local area. And this does require an inclusive approach to rural development, ensuring everyone in society is brought with us. And this means looking at the situation of women, young people, LGBTI+ communities, people with disabilities and disadvantaged groups, minorities and new arrivals, to see how their needs can be addressed and how they can be empowered to shape a better future for everyone. Multilateralism is essential too. We have seen clearly this week how much we can learn from one another. The will and the commitment of all in this room to that approach is evident, and that bodes well for the future of rural communities. Friends, many of you have travelled long distances to be with us this week, so I want to sincerely thank you once again. Indeed, I want to thank all the delegates, the speakers and moderators, the young people who joined us for the youth panel and in the audience, the staff of the Sleeve Russell Hotel for looking after us so well over the past few days, and to Sean McGee, who played for us most energetically and late into the night last night. And of course, I want to say a thanks to the fabulous Acora Orchestra, who will play for us later this evening. I want to say a sincere thanks to my co-host, Deputy Secretary-General Takeuchi, and the OECD Rural Policy Working Party, the Director Lamy, and the entire OECD team for their partnership in delivering this very important event. I also want to say a huge thank you to all of my team at the Department of Community and Rural Development. And I'm going to have to give a special mention to Fintan McPhillips, Andrew Ford, Gareth Macomb, and Melissa Maloney. And I know that they have been working extremely hard, and I'd say day and night for the past previous weeks, to make sure that everything was in order for this conference. And I think you will all agree when I say that the team at the Department of Rural and Community Development did a great job. And I have to say, I'm very proud of them, and I know that the Secretary-General in my department, Mary Hurley, is also very proud of the wonderful job that they have done. For those participating in the cultural tours tomorrow, I hope you enjoy Ireland's wonderful scenery and landmarks, and I do wish you all a safe journey home. And finally, for me personally, can I just say that I have thoroughly enjoyed the conference. I really feel energised by the positivity of this conference, and indeed all of your determination to maximise the opportunities, and I think that word has been used so many times, and it's right to use it, opportunities to ensure that rural areas are the best place in the world to live, work, invest and raise a family. Go raibh míle maith agaibh.
Thank you, Minister, for those inspiring words. And without further ado, it's my great pleasure now to introduce the Deputy Secretary-General of the OECD, Yoshiki Takeuchi. And sir, you can take the floor.
Well, thank you, Minister Humphreys. Ministers, Excellency Ambassador Khan, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are reaching the end of the 3 days of productive and insightful sessions, discussions, and the splendid field trips to explore how we can set rural places on a path to a sustainable, resilient, and thriving place. I would like to thank Minister Humphrey and the Government of Ireland for their excellent collaboration in organizing this conference and for the generous hosting in the Cavan. Thank you very much. And I also like to congratulate you, Minister Humphreys, for leading this agenda through the fine example of the new rural development policy you have spearheaded, our rural future for 2021-25, which puts rural progress at the heart of the national recovery. Let me also thank the ministers and all the participating countries and all the international institutions and other stakeholders for joining us this week. You have traveled from around the world globe to share ideas and exchange expertise as we move forward with a renewed vision for rural development. As Minister Humphreys just set out, we conclude this conference with an important document, the OECD Cavan Roadmap on strengthening rural resilience against global challenges. The roadmap complements the OECD principles on rural policy in 2019 and not only captures the valuable insights from the rich discussions that took place here in Cavan, but it also provides clear and concrete steps to guide the way forward. Minister Humphreys highlighted a number of these steps. I would like to highlight in particular the call for better definition and data to improve the targeting and tracking of policies. We at the OECD would answer that call by providing more granular data and new analysis of functional rural areas in partnership with the European Commission. More generally, you can count on the OECD to implement this roadmap in the coming years, and we look forward to engaging with all of you. We will discuss in the OECD Working Party on Rural Policy in November concrete steps for the implementation of the roadmap. I would like to highlight 4 main messages I have taken from this conference. First, the importance of innovation in rural regions to create new opportunities. We heard many inspiring stories of innovators doing just that. In rural Saskatchewan, Canada, innovators are repurposing oil leaks from lithium extraction to produce new, longer-lasting batteries. or the Swiss robot manufacturers in rural areas of the Jura that are providing assistance to Swiss dentists. There are also many emerging technologies such as decentralized energy generation, AI, virtual reality, self-driving vehicles that hold huge potential for rural regions. Yesterday, we launched 2 new OECD reports on unlocking rural innovation, and we will continue this important work in the coming year. Second, we discussed about the importance of digital access for the rural areas. Good quality and affordable high-speed internet will be the highway of the future for rural regions. It will enable rural regions to take full advantage of acceleration of remote working. To unlock these opportunities and increase broadband access in remote places, policymakers can take steps to adapt regulations and incentives to suit rural communities. This can include promoting open access networks that are municipal and community-led, or supporting demand aggregation models, or to help together and increase the scale of the rural customer base. Third is the importance of extending the opportunities to all. Innovations requires innovators, and new jobs require new job creators. That is why we need to ensure that everyone in our rural communities has the opportunity to succeed. Women, youth, migrants, everyone is a potential entrepreneur or innovator. So rural developments must also be inclusive, totally inclusive. We must tackle the barriers to opportunity that still exist. And we must attract, retain, and empower all of those who can make an enormous contribution to the rural life. The fourth and the final message I would like to highlight is the need for climate action. As OECD countries commit to tackling the climate crisis, rural areas can provide many of the solutions. Last year at the COP26, we launched the OECD Rural Agenda for Climate Action, which provides a framework to rural-proof nation climate policies, which too often fails to recognize the realities, needs, and potential of rural regions. This means too many opportunities are missed, whether in bioeconomy, deployment of renewable energy, circular economy, or green transportation. The island of Gotland in Sweden provides us with good examples of what we can achieve through place-based climate policy. For example, local biogas from municipal waste and agriculture is used to power cars, public transport, and provide heating and electricity for households. And the local energy center is teaching Gotlanders to switch to efficient and sustainable energy systems. As we leave carbon with our roadmap, we should keep in mind that this is a road we must walk together across borders, but also within borders, with the people of the rural communities. This is why the OECD will facilitate dialogue with rural regions in the context of the work of the Working Party on Rural Policies as a sounding board and platform for rural voices to inform policy making. Together, we must seize the opportunities brought by global shifts and shocks and take decisive actions to deliver sustainable, resilient, and thriving rural places. The OECD remains committed to supporting you and the next generation to come in achieving this. And in the end, I would also like to echo the thanks that has been said by Minister Humphreys. This was a great occasion for OECD, with the help or with the full support of the government Wildland, to have a good discussion on the opportunity that rural regions have. Now we come to understand there are lots of possibilities. It's not only dark stories about rural areas. There are much bigger rooms for rural areas to achieve and try. So let us work together and let us see in the near future to discuss about what we had achieved since now and what we could do more. Thank you very much indeed.
Many thanks, Deputy Secretary General. That brings us, I'm afraid to say, to the end of our formal conference programme here in the hotel. So before I bring the session to a close, I just want to add my thanks to all of the people who were involved in making this event happen. Of course, starting from the many distinguished speakers, ministers and others who have travelled so far to be with us for the past 2 days, but also, of course, thanks to the support teams, all of those who were involved in AV, signage, comms, logistics, the fantastic hotel staff who have just bent over backwards to do everything to accommodate us and make our stay here very comfortable. So we're really, really thankful. To you delegates for your engagement throughout the 2 days, and I appreciate they've been long days, but they've been very, very, I think, useful days. I want to say sincere thanks to our OECD partners. It has been a pleasure to work with you. I'm not going to name you all by name, but it has been a pleasure to work with you, and we're so thankful that you've given us, you've had the trust in us to deliver this important event together. Huge thanks to the DRCD colleagues who have done just so much. So with that, I will bring this session to a close. I thank you sincerely again for your engagement and your participation. I want to remind you that there's a dinner starting at 7:30 this evening. We've got a very special Acora orchestra, which will be playing in 2 segments during the dinner and just afterwards as well. So I think you'll enjoy that, and of course enjoy your cultural tours tomorrow. Again, colleagues, thank you so much, and safe travel. Oh, sorry, Enrique wants to take the floor. Thank you for my part. Take care.
Just to tell everybody, we're going to do a group photo, so don't go away. We'd like to get everybody on stage and have a nice moment with everybody for a group photo. Thank you.